Chapter 440. At this moment, the heavenly skill of 5 elements seemed to be completely suppressed. The 5-colored paper was pressed down by the black gourd, like a piece of paper on a desk being pressed down by an inkstone, unable to move at all. At the same time, from the black gourd, black lines had penetrated the 5-colored paper. The black lines were mixed in with the bright 5-colored paper, extremely bright. Buzz. With the appearance of the pentagram anti-heaven star, the 5-colored paper seemed to know that strong reinforcements had arrived. It immediately went berserk, and the void shook. It erupted with dazzling 5-colored light. In an instant, the void there shattered, and a space-time storm swept out. Chu Yang also immediately lost his perception. Who? Like a thunderclap, a furious voice blasted into Chu Yang's ears. In the furious voice, there was also a faint shock, uneasiness, and panic, as if something shameful had been discovered. It was a subconscious psychological reaction. Shit! Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, almost jumping out of his chest. The sect leader of the 5 Elements sect? The black gourd was touched, and he immediately sensed it. If he enters the formation seal space, I'll definitely die. Whoosh! Chu Yang couldn't care about anything else. His figure moved, and he was about to leave through the portal that Bai had opened. But he couldn't help but stare blankly. Perhaps it was because of the battle between the 5-colored paper, the 5-colored anti-heaven star, and the black gourd, but the formation seal space had been completely sealed. I can't go out. If I don't see him, I can't come in. Chu Yang was very anxious. He immediately scolded, "Bullshit, fellow cultivator. You've screwed me over this time." Stepping on the path opened by Bai, Chu Yang could not turn back. If he could turn back just now, he definitely would not have barged into the 5 Elements Hall. His greed could not be ignored. The Thunder Tribulation liquid was so amazing, then wouldn't the treasures in the formation seal space below the 5 Elements Hall be even more amazing? He would take the best and the biggest. With this thought in mind, he plunged into this place. After waiting for a while, Chu Yang did not discover who could enter. He could not help but feel relieved. Looks like the 5 Elements Grand Formation is not under their complete control. Otherwise, the 5 Elements sect would have been destroyed long ago. Furthermore, this place is the foundation of the 5 Elements sect. The founder of the 5 Elements sect must have been extremely extraordinary. His setup was also extremely astonishing. Even the 5 Elements sect's sect master would not be able to control this place. This was the only explanation. Chu Yang couldn't find any other reason. The mysterious man and this place. These existences might be the reason why the 5 Elements sect is still alive. Who? Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Although the situation was extremely bad, there was still a way to survive. However, he was currently at a loss of what to do. He was unable to display his insignificant strength. The 5-colored paper, the pentagram anti-heaven star, and the black gourd. How is the battle going? The anxious wait seemed incomparably long. Chu Yang did not know how long he had been waiting, but he suddenly sensed the pentagram anti-sky star again. The pentagram anti-heaven star appeared in his line of sight. At the same time, there was a hazy and chaotic gourd. With a whoosh, the two entered Chu Yang's body. Then, the hazy and chaotic gourd exploded. A lot of information and images surged into his consciousness. The chaos had yet to open. The world was vast and nobody could see it. In the hazy chaos, an ancient vine took root in the primordial chaos. A gourd grew out of it. The scenes changed rapidly, but they were all extremely blurry. Many of them were missing. Only when the last scene became clear and complete did it appear completely before his eyes. A seed fell into a desolate land, grew rapidly, and bore 3 gourds. These 3 gourds are the soul-severing gourd, the criminal detention gourd, and the soul-devouring gourd. Chapter 441. The Indestructible Soul Scripture's full name was the 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture. After the Divine Soul and Martial Soul passed through the 9 tribulations of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, the Divine Soul and Martial Soul would become indestructible. Indestructible was not truly indestructible. The Divine Soul and Martial Soul would become extremely tough, but there was a limit to indestructibility. After being obliterated 9 times, the Divine Soul and Martial Soul would also turn into ashes. Isn't this 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture just right for me? After Chu Yang felt the 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture throughout his body, he was overjoyed. His 9 types of true essence were just right for the 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture. Once he broke through to the ascending soul realm, he could immediately cultivate the 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture. This 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture is simply tailor-made for me. With this 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture, the improvement of Chu Yang's martial soul was no longer a problem. As long as he cultivated according to the 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture, reaching the 9th level of the ascending soul realm would be a matter of course. The 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture should be a cultivation technique from the Black Gourd, which is to say that this Indestructible Soul Scripture is the Soul Devourer clan's highest cultivation technique. The Soul Severing Gourd, the Criminal Detention Gourd, and the Soul Devourer Gourd were all used on the Martial Soul and Divine Soul. They were offensive methods, and their internal support was the Indestructible Soul Scripture. It was the Soul Devourer clan's highest cultivation technique, the 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture. Chu Yang was certain of this point without a doubt. When he recalled the scene in the 9-Revolution Indestructible Soul Scripture, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Soul Devourer clan had obtained the gourd that was born in the primordial chaos. If that was the case, wouldn't the Soul Devourer clan be far more amazing than he imagined? No, the Soul Devourer clan didn't obtain the gourd that was born in the primordial chaos. It was not difficult to judge this point. The Soul Devourer clan did not have a long history, much less than the 5 Elements sect. If they had obtained the gourd that was born in the primordial chaos early on, it would mean that the Soul Devourer clan had already existed since the beginning of the world. However, this was not the case. In the images, there are many missing images after the primordial gourd. The gourd obtained by the Soul Devourer clan should be the descendant of the primordial hazy gourd. Moreover, it is unknown how many generations it has been. Otherwise, the Soul Devourer clan wouldn't be suppressed by the 5 Elements sect. Fortunately, Chu Yang felt relieved. At this time, he remembered the heavenly art of the 5 elements. The heavenly art of the 5 elements? Why didn't I get the heavenly art of the 5 elements? Is this reasonable? I'm the savior of the world. A man whose heart was never content was like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Chu Yang was the best example of this. You dog shit pentagram anti-heaven star. There are 2 peerless beauties and you want one. You've gone too far. Let me tell you. Wung. The pentagram anti-heaven star started to vibrate. Immediately, a 5-colored square seal flew out from the pentagram anti-heaven star and entered Chu Yang's consciousness. It entered the spiritual world of the innate aperture acupoint. After that, there was no more movement. In an instant, Chu Yang felt that the 5 Elements sect's great protective mountain array was completely within his consciousness. Every array was like his hands and feet. He could even order them around. This is part of the 5 Elements sect's great protective mountain array. Chu Yang was shocked. He had obviously gotten a part of the pentagram anti-heaven star's recognition, but not all of it. Master Pentagram Anti-Heaven Star, you mean that I should get the heavenly art of the 5 elements myself if I have the ability? The Pentagram Anti-Heaven Star didn't respond. It was indeed a master. To hell with that layer after layer of spacetime. How am I supposed to go through it? Chu Yang could sense the location of the 5-colored paper through the Great Protective Mountain Array. That was because he now had part of the Great Protective Mountain Array's control. With his current strength, there was no way he could reach there. If he could reach there, the current sect leader of the 5 Elements sect would definitely be able to reach there as well. There would be no need for him to use the 9 transformations Undying Soul scripture to suppress and seize complete control of the Great Protective Mountain Array. Sigh, I've already taken off my clothes and you're letting me see this. Chapter 442. I think I should just slip away. Chu Yang was about to use the control of the array to escape, but he realized that the array seal space had been completely sealed, and he couldn't move it at all. The 5 Elements sect leader and the 5 inner peak masters all had the control of the array. These bunch of tortoise bastards. Are they trying to kill yours truly? Chu Yang sensed through the array and realized that the 15 peak masters of the 10 outer peaks and 5 inner peaks had all arrived, and the one in front of them was an extremely beautiful man. That's right, it was an extremely beautiful man. He had the same brows, eyes, nose, and lips as a woman. His skin was as white as jade, and he exuded a scholarly aura. He was around 34 years old, and his strength was unfathomable. Chu Yang sensed that he was like a deep abyss. This handsome man should be the 5 Elements sect leader. He is definitely not just 30 or 40 years old. Chu Yang squinted his eyes. He could sense a great danger from the 5 Elements sect leader. If the 5 Elements sect leader was really a spy from the Soul Devourer clan, then it would be very troublesome. This person was very difficult to deal with. On the other side, there was an old man with a lion's mane and a lion's mouth. There were 15 people behind him, and they should be the guardian elders of the guardian halls of the 10 outer peaks and the 5 inner peaks. The leading old man with a lion's mouth should be the Judgment Elder or the Judgment Elder. I'll give it a try and fight them. Chu Yang's mind flickered, and a 1,000 feet tall light tablet appeared in front of everyone from the 5 Elements sect. Incomparably bright words appeared on it. Please shout loudly, I'm the most handsome. I'm the most handsome in the world. There was also a special note. Peak Masters, Elders, especially the sect leader, please take the lead and shout loudly, I am the most handsome in the world. There was a long sentence at the bottom. Please don't be embarrassed, because what you are shouting is the truth. I, who is blessed by the heavens, have only described myself as the most handsome. I have already wronged myself, so please all of you become my admirers and worshippers. My existence will bring you endless glory. Boom. The entire 5 Elements sect was in an uproar once again. I'm the most handsome had caused trouble all the way to the 5 Elements Palace and the sect master of the 5 Elements sect. How bold and unscrupulous was he! Little thief, you stole my heavenly tribulation liquid. You deserve to die. Soon after, the lion-mouthed old man's furious roar drowned out everything, causing the 5 Elements sect to involuntarily become quiet. Steel. Another line of words appeared on the light steel. What a joke. Is the heavenly tribulation fluid yours? If you call it, will it respond to you? Many people of the 5 Elements sect were instantly stunned by such a rascal. They were completely speechless. The face of the elder with the lion's mouth, who was also the presiding elder, became scarily gloomy. All right, take it as a joke. Now I'm getting serious. Pay attention. After this row of words appeared on the steel of light, everyone nearly collapsed from shock. There was no one else who dared to do such a thing in front of so many great characters of the 5 Elements sect. He could truly be said to be the most daring disciple of the 5 Elements sect. Are you the one who set up the formation below the presiding elder's palace? Are the presiding elder's palace and the 5 Elements sect yours? Are all of them yours? Answer me. Impudent. The elder with the lion's mouth was furious. Am I someone you can question? Io, what great prestige, and how high and mighty you are! No wonder the entire Five Elements sect is in a mess. Every disciple of the Guardian Palace is so domineering and arrogant. So this is the reason. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Chapter 443. I'm going to mess with you. How direct, simple, and violent. I'm not afraid of offending you at all. So what if you're the presiding elder? I'm going to mess with you all the same. The Five Elements sect instantly burst into an uproar. However, many people from the Five Elements sect felt refreshed the moment they heard those words. They felt as if their anger had been vented. Many people even started shouting, "Well said. The disciples of the Hall of Guardians are so arrogant. Mess with them. Anyway, I support my handsomeness. The disciples of the Hall of Guardians are so domineering. If they don't like you, they'll just pin a crime on you and mess with you until you're half dead. That's right. The disciples of the Hall of Guardians are too arrogant. The Hall of Guardians, the Judgment Peak, and the Hall of Judgment have been indulging them time and time again, causing them to be even more lawless. It's not just that. I was told clearly by a disciple of the Hall of Guardians that I'm bullying you. If you have the ability, you can go to the Hall of Guardians and complain. I've encountered it too. I was so angry that I went to the Hall of Guardians to seek an explanation. I was beaten half to death by the bullshit Guardian Elders. Could it be that they're so fearless? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The crowd was agitated. Voices came out one after another. In an instant, the faces of the upper echelons of the Five Elements sect in the Five Elements Hall were extremely ugly. They never thought that the sect would be so bad. They couldn't help but look at the presiding elder with a solemn face. The presiding elder's heart couldn't help but tighten. The presiding elder was in seclusion. The law enforcement of the Five Elements sect was in the hands of the presiding elder. He naturally knew the current law enforcement situation of the Five Elements sect, especially since this was his intention. Now that it was pointed out, his heart skipped a beat. Presumptuous. The Hall of Guardians is not something you can slander. The presiding elder opened his mouth and immediately changed the topic. You stole the Thunder Calamity liquid, so you stole it. You can't be forgiven. It's useless for you to quibble. When Chu Yang heard these words from within the formation seal space, he couldn't help but sneer. Shortly after, words appeared on the light tablet once again. Back to this topic? Then let me tell you properly. The Thunder Calamity liquid belongs to the Five Elements sect. Do you have any objections? The trial elder did not open his mouth, but the light tablet immediately mocked. I knew you wouldn't be able to answer. Then let me tell you. The Thunder Tribulation elixir belongs to the Five Elements sect, not you. Where did the word steal come from? I am a disciple of the Five Elements sect. I took the Five Elements sect's items on my own accord. How is that stealing? Don't tell me that you, the trial elder, are the only one allowed to enjoy the heavenly tribulation fluid? The presiding elder was furious. The heavenly tribulation fluid is a public treasure of the Five Elements sect. To take it without asking, isn't that stealing? TCH, you even know that the heavenly tribulation fluid is a public item of the Five Elements sect? Then why don't you go ask the disciples of the Five Elements sect? Who knows what the heavenly tribulation fluid is like? Shortly after, Chu Yang directly mocked through the light tablet. Old fart, it's fine that you took the heavenly tribulation fluid for yourself, but you don't even know how to protect the Five Elements sect. Instead, you brought disaster to the Five Elements sect. Your intentions are worthy of death. Buzz. These words were very heavy, causing the faces of the upper echelons of the Five Elements sect to change involuntarily. As for the many disciples of the Five Elements sect, they couldn't help but be shocked. What was the tone of "I'm the most handsome" just now? A reprimanding tone. The tone of a superior reprimanding his subordinate, the tone of a vicious dog. The presiding elder seemed to be, "I'm the most handsome dog." How shocking was that? And the accusation was also earth-shattering, causing all the disciples of the Five Elements sect to be shocked. Chapter 444. Chu Rinxian, Gong Shang, and Qing Feng were also shocked. Chu Yang was trying to pierce through the heavens. Even if they had Chu Yang's talent, they wouldn't even think about it, let alone do it. But what was Chu Yang doing now? In a hall of the Wood Element Peak, the meatball Jean Duo bounced up like a ball and said to Chao Ju, "Boss, this new brother of yours is amazing. He's catching up to you in terms of acting like a pig to eat a tiger. Boss, you're going to be pressured." Chao Ju couldn't help but be angry and kicked Jean Duo out. What did this have to do with acting like a pig to eat a tiger? He then smiled bitterly and said to himself, "Junior brother Chu, why are you imitating my ancestor? You're going to be hung up and beaten later." The person Chu Yang was talking about was actually Chao Ju's ancestor. Scolding the Five Elements sect's ancestor, stealing the heavenly tribulation liquid, and causing trouble in the Five Elements Hall were all done by Chao Ju's ancestor. However, not many people knew about such a secret. Now, Chu Yang seemed to be even more outrageous than the ancestor. Chao Ju's ancestor only scolded him like a child. What about Chu Yang? He had already surpassed this category and directly reached the level of the Five Elements sect's laws. He even scolded the presiding elder from such a high level. His nature was completely different from that of Chao Ju's ancestor. Chao Ju couldn't help but secretly worry about Chu Yang. Naturally, Chao Ju was not the only one who felt that something was amiss. The higher-ups of the Five Elements Great Hall all knew that if they allowed "I'm the most handsome" to continue like this, the Five Elements Great Hall would lose all respect for the Judgment Great Hall and lose all confidence in the Five Elements Great Hall. Among the people present, Long Feast was the most anxious. Because "I'm the most handsome" was a genius in formations, he paid special attention to him and even liked him. That was why he spoke. "I say, little brat, are you done? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're talented. If you go too far, even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin." TSK. Within the seal space, Chu Yang was filled with disdain. "Do you think that yours truly doesn't know? For the sake of my own life, yours truly has no choice but to live and die with the Five Elements sect." Immediately, a line of words appeared on the light tablet. "Sloppy great uncle, what does it have to do with you whether I stole your chicken or petted your dog? You don't even speak human language the moment you come out. Also, do you still have any face?" Good intentions were taken as ill intentions. Long Feast's face couldn't help but turn black. "Chu Yang is too much of a bastard. Why don't you go back and take a look at your Sky Array Peak? What a mess it is now. I can very responsibly say that Sky Array Peak is so unkempt that it makes one's hair stand on end. Hurry up and tidy up. Don't make a fool of yourself here. I really don't know where you get your courage from. Little bastard, you're the one who's inhumane." Long Feege was so angry that he almost fainted. What kind of joke is this? The other Peak Masters were also in trouble. "Do you all think you're very good? Let's not talk about other things first. I have to talk about this awesome Divine Command Peak Master, you goat." Sui Yunfu was called out, and he was called a goat in front of everyone. He lost all of his dignity. "You still have the nerve to have a dark expression? Why don't you take a look at what happened to your Divine Command Peak recently? A mere disciple of the Soul Devourer clan came to stir up trouble, and your Divine Command Peak's guardian elder is like a dog asking for its tail. He almost killed my greatest admirer. Am I right?" The matter that had caused a huge uproar was not over yet. Now it was brought up again. This was simply a disgrace to the Five Elements sect. Therefore, not only did the Divine Command Peak's expression darken, but the faces of the Five Elements sect's upper echelons were also very ugly. If news of this were to spread, the entire Five Elements sect would be laughed at. The Soul Devourer clan fabricated a groundless matter, and then sent a mere disciple of the Soul Devourer clan to casually take the life of a Five Elements sect disciple. If this was not a joke, then what was? Was the Five Elements sect a vassal of the Soul Devourer clan that could be casually taken advantage of by the Soul Devourer clan? Chapter 445. Chu Yang wasn't done yet. Divine Command Peak Lord, I heard that you gave my biggest admirer a hard time, and even punished him to face the wall. Tell me, what did he do wrong? Boom. Chu Na, Wang Xiaoman, Li Hao and the others heard that and their ears buzzed. They knew that things were going to go bad. Their junior brother Chu had always been the kind of person who would pay back 100-fold when he suffered a loss. How could he bear to be told to drill his face into the ground? Their junior brother Chu would definitely take revenge, but Sui Yunfu was the Peak Lord of Divine Command Peak. No matter what, he was still your senior. Even if he was wrong, you shouldn't do this. Chu Yang had crossed the line. Sui Yunfu's face became even gloomier. He didn't say anything, but words appeared on the light tablet. Answer me. It was just 3 simple words, but everyone seemed to have seen it. It was the most handsome roar and question. You're not going to say anything? Don't think that you've trapped me here. I've already gained partial control of the Mountain Guard formation. Do you believe that I'll directly detonate the Mountain Guard formation? His words caused a huge commotion. Everyone's expression changed. Whether it was Chu Na and the others, Chu Rinxian and the others, or Chao Ju and the others, they were all extremely shocked and frightened by his words. This was a threat. It was a threat to Sui Yunfu, the Peak Lord of Divine Command Peak, the sect master of Five Elements sect, and all the higher-ups of Five Elements sect. What's the little sheep doing? Does he want to die? Why is junior brother Chu like this? What is junior brother Chu planning to do? Those who knew Chu Yang's identity were shocked and even more confused. Chu Yang wasn't someone who didn't know how powerful he was, but why did he do this? At this moment, all the higher-ups of Five Elements sect were extremely gloomy. They couldn't treat Chu Yang as a genius anymore, but as a disaster. Sui Yunfu's eyes flickered with cold light. He could only say, Chu Yang didn't do anything wrong, but his actions were a bit extreme. I need to punish him and make him restrain himself. Extreme? You said extreme? Sarcastic words immediately appeared on the light tablet. Then, it said, then tell me, what should my greatest admirer do? Stick his head out and let you chop it off? The last 3 words were, answer me. This made everyone feel as if they had once again seen my most handsome roar. How could Sui Yunfu answer? If Chu Yang didn't have any tricks up his sleeve, he could only become a dead man. It was extreme, but how could he not be extreme? You can't answer? Then tell me, do you know how bad your Divine Command Peak would be without my greatest admirer? Sui Yunfu couldn't answer this. If you knew, why didn't you deal with it? If he didn't know, it would be his fault. His final answer was, I don't know. I don't know. Chu Yang immediately replied, I don't know, that goat. Then why do you want that pair of eyes? Are you really blind or just pretending to be blind? Sharp sarcasm. How dare you? The sect master of the Five Elements sect, a middle-aged man who looked like a woman in his 30s or 40s, finally spoke. His fair and delicate face was filled with gloominess. How dare you? Who are you calling impudent? In the space of the formation seal, Chu Yang sneered. Sect master of the Five Elements sect, you finally jumped out. He repeatedly questioned and counterattacked. Sect master of the Five Elements sect. Hey, you have such a great reputation and great prestige. You still have the face to call me impudent. I didn't even look for trouble with you, but you still have the face to jump out first. Buzz. In an instant, all the disciples of the Five Elements sect seemed to have their minds buzzing. I'm the most handsome, even scolded and reprimanded the sect master. Moreover, his attitude was like a father teaching his son a lesson. Sui Yunfu and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. As for the sect master of the Five Elements sect, his fair and delicate face became even gloomier. You're still not convinced, right? Then I'll tell you. Firstly, the Great Hall of Guardians of the Five Elements sect is tyrannical and unscrupulous. The disciples are frequently bullied and suppressed. Complaints are heard everywhere and the atmosphere is foul. Secondly, the original leader of the Five Elements sect is being bullied by his original underlings. All these years, the disciples of the Five Elements sect have been bullied repeatedly. They even came to the Five Elements sect. Am I speaking the truth? Of course, the sect master of the Five Elements sect could deny such accusations, but was it useful? It was the truth. As the sect master of the Five Elements sect, what have you done? Chapter 446. Humph. The sect master of Five Elements sect could no longer keep his face. With his status, how could he be questioned by others? He snorted coldly and was furious. You're just a mere disciple of Five Elements sect. What right do you have to question me? With your level, what do you know? Ridiculous. Haha. A sarcastic word immediately appeared on the light tablet, and Chu Yang's sarcastic sarcasm could be felt by everyone at this moment. Within the seal space, Chu Yang laughed as well. What's the use of using your status as the sect master of Five Elements sect to suppress me? Yours truly has already done things to this extent. What else do I not dare to do? Why would I care about you, the so-called sect master of Five Elements sect? Humph, Five Elements sect's bullshit sect master. Could it be that you think that I am not qualified to question you because of my status as the most handsome person in the world? Boom. Instantly, all the upper echelons of Five Elements sect felt their minds go blank. Even the sect master of Five Elements sect had a drastic change in expression. There had always been a rumor in Five Elements sect that there was a group of people secretly protecting Five Elements sect. They would only appear when Five Elements sect was in danger. These people were known as the Hidden Sect. The entire Five Elements sect was in an uproar. Could it be that the hidden sect of our Five Elements sect really exists? If they don't exist, then what's the most handsome thing about me? If that's the case, the most handsome thing about me is that I'm an expert of the hidden sect of Five Elements sect or a disciple of an expert. If that's the case, then there's nothing strange about me being the most handsome person in Five Elements sect's mountain protecting array. When Chu Na heard that Chu Yang was pretending to be the hidden sect of Five Elements sect, she broke out in cold sweat. In Chu Yang's own words, this was simply courting death. If this matter was exposed, Chu Yang would definitely die. But before she could calm down from her fear, Chu Yang's even more shocking words came out. Right now, I suspect that the Guardian Elder of the Divine Command Peak's Guardian Hall is a spy of the Soul Devourer clan in Five Elements sect. It was earth-shattering and heaven-shaking. These words caused the entire Five Elements sect to feel as if a large ship had capsized. However, my most handsome and heaven-shaking words were not over yet. I also suspect that Sui Yunfu, the Peak Master of Divine Command Peak, is also a spy of the Soul Devourer clan. Sui Yunfu's expression instantly changed greatly. If I was the most handsome just because of his identity as a disciple, this was nothing. However, if he was criticizing from the hidden sect's point of view, then it was completely different. Hey goat, why are you panicking? I'm just suspecting you. You're not the only one I suspect. You're definitely not the most respected person among the people I suspect. What? Everyone in the Five Elements sect couldn't help but be shocked. Sui Yunfu was the Divine Command Peak's Peak Master. His position was extraordinary, but wasn't he the one with the highest position in the Five Elements sect? This was too shocking. Many disciples of the Five Elements sect suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. Perhaps there were disciples of the Soul Devourer clan lurking around them. You're scared out of your wits. Through the protective formation, Chu Yang saw that the complexions of the higher-ups of the Five Elements sect had abruptly changed. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Instead, he felt only complacent. He had fooled all of them with just a little trick. However, Chu Yang was speaking the truth. As for framing Sui Yunfu, of course he was taking revenge. When he was burrowing his face into the ground, he had already drawn circles for Sui Yunfu. He had also recorded the account in his little notebook. After that, Chu Yang once again exaggerated to scare them. Not only that, there are also spies of the Soul Devourer clan among many disciples, successor disciples, and even the Holy Sons. I can very responsibly tell you that this is not the most shocking thing. It was already very shocking now. How much more shocking could you be? That's right. You're right. There should also be spies of the Soul Devourer clan in the inner 5 peak. I can almost confirm that the current 5 Elements sect master is also a spy of the Soul Devourer clan. That's right, my ass. Many people of the 5 Elements sect didn't feel that their thoughts were in sync with Chu Yang's. However, when they read to the end, they were instantly horrified. The sect master was a spy of the Soul Devourer clan. If the sect master was a spy, that would be terrible. The hidden sect could reprimand the 5 Elements sect master, but they couldn't slander the 5 Elements sect as a spy of the Soul Devourer clan. After every one of the 5 Elements sect recovered from their shock, they immediately wanted to refute Chu Yang. However, before they could say anything, an aged voice resounded. Which evil creature are you? You're exaggerating to scare people. I can't forgive you for bringing disaster to the 5 Elements sect. In front of the aged voice, everyone seemed to be a worm facing a dragon. The shocking pressure caused everyone to tremble. Chapter 447. Grand Supreme Elder. Grand Supreme Elder. Grand Supreme Elder. One by one, the voices blurted out at the same time. In an instant, the words Grand Supreme Elder resounded throughout the entire 5 Elements sect. Grand Supreme, it could be said that it was the Supreme Being. The Grand Supreme Elder had a revered position in the 5 Elements sect. His position was equal to the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. However, due to seniority, the Grand Supreme Elder's position was higher than the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. Therefore, even the sect leader of the 5 Elements sect had to listen to the Grand Supreme Elder. Chu Yang naturally knew who the owner of the voice was, but he didn't have the time to pay attention. He also didn't have the time to be shocked by the so-called Grand Supreme Elder. At first, the pressure that fell on his body only exerted a great pressure on him. However, as the pressure suddenly increased, Chu Yang almost immediately knelt down. Chu Yang didn't use the spiritual world of his innate acupoints to resist. Old monsters like the Taishang Elder had already become intelligent. They might be able to see through everything and see through his secrets just by relying on a few clues. Naturally, he didn't want his Xiantian aperture to be discovered. Bang! Chu Yang didn't kneel down. Instead, he sat down on the ground. A surprised voice sounded. The Grand Supreme Elder seemed to be surprised by Chu Yang's unbearable state. He also didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Chu Yang sitting down. His arrogant self-esteem made him sit down instead of kneeling. At least he was a little smart. You're not bad. Immediately after, his voice paused and he exclaimed in surprise, Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. You already possess all 9 types of quintessence, yet you're still only at the 6th level of the Chi Soul realm, 6 harmonies yuan. Is this really strange? As expected of an old monster, his eyes were extremely sharp. Chu Yang's heart trembled. Shortly after, the old man's surprised voice sounded again, causing his heart to skip a beat. Xiantian physique. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. There's also the thunder Xiantian physique. You actually cultivated all of them. I understand now. Only by cultivating all 9 Sciention physiques can you break through to the 9th level of the Qi Soul realm. Until now, only this so-called Supreme Elder knew Chu Yang's secret. As expected, you are extremely astonishing. No wonder you have the quintuple anti-heaven star on you. Hurry up and leave. What are you standing here for? The 5 elements sect can't fall into chaos yet. There was a lot of information in his words, but there was one thing that Chu Yang was very clear about. This Grand Elder had no ill intentions towards him. Of course, the leader of a sect could not be shaken. If he was shaken, then the sect would be in danger. Therefore, Chu Yang could only leave now. The pressure exerted on Chu Yang disappeared, and a passage was torn open in the sealed space of the array seal. Chu Yang instantly stepped into the passage, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Bastard, where do you think you're going? The Supreme Elder's furious voice immediately rang out. This was naturally an act. Hearing this voice, Chu Yang originally wanted to escape, but he immediately changed his mind. With the Supreme Elder holding the fort for me, why do I need to worry about my own safety? This is the best treasure trove, the best cultivation technique trove. If I escape, where can I find the treasures to cultivate the remaining Sciention physiques? Where can I find the heaven-defying cultivation techniques? Chu Yang quickly made a decision. In his mind, the armillary sphere showed the entire mountain-protecting formation. The formation was like a map of the 5 elements sect. Every corner of the 5 elements sect was marked out because the 5 elements sect was covered with formations. Every important place had a formation. Simply speaking, if the courtyard of an inner court disciple like Chu Yang had a formation, there was no need to talk about other places. Soon, he found a node in the formation. Raging Flame Peak, the Burning Heaven Holy Sun's Burning Heaven Palace. It's here. The Burning Heaven Holy Sun wanted to kill Chu Yang, so how could Chu Yang let him go? Swoosh, swoosh. Through the transmission array, Chu Yang quickly teleported. Then, he entered the space of the Fire Element Peaks formation. From here, he directly teleported to the Burning Heaven Palace through the formation. Ka. Using the 1,000 Faces art, Chu Yang changed his appearance and directly appeared in a hidden corner of the Burning Heaven Palace. Chapter 448. The Supreme Elder has actually appeared. An incomparably shocked voice entered Chu Yang's ears. Chu Yang was already prepared. After all, appearing in the Burning Heaven main hall and encountering disciples wasn't strange, so he quickly hid himself. The disciples of the Burning Heaven main hall would never have thought that someone would be able to sneak into the Burning Heaven main hall without anyone noticing. How can he not appear? The sect master has been slandered as a spy of the Soul Devourer clan. If the Supreme Elder still doesn't appear, there will be a big mess. Another voice was heard. Chu Yang searched for the source of the voice, and immediately perceived 2 people. At this time, the first voice from before said again, "Brother Zhao, it seems that our plan to deal with that bastard Chu Yang will have to be put on hold for now." "Deal with me?" Chu Yang's eyes couldn't help but change. He leaned over and immediately saw the 2 people clearly. One of them was actually Ndihu, whom he had seen before. The other person was dressed in white and was extremely refined. He had the appearance of a scholar. At this time, his brows were tightly knitted as he nodded in agreement. "We have to put it on hold. If we jump out at this time, we will definitely attract a lot of attention and become the target of public criticism. Especially this bastard, I'm the most handsome. I've mentioned him many times, so we have to be even more careful. Brother Zhao, I have the same concerns. Moreover, that bastard is indeed not simple." Ndihu's voice. As for this Brother Zhao, Chu Yang's gaze was slightly cold as he thought to himself, could it be that this Brother Zhao is Zhao Yunlong? At this time, Chu Yang had already observed the entire Burning Heaven main hall. It seemed that Ndihu and Brother Zhao wanted to talk about something important. They had sent everyone away, and even used the Burning Heaven main hall's array to completely isolate this place from the outside world. Endihu's cultivation is at the 8th level of the Ascending Soul Realm. That brother Zhao is also at the 8th level of the Ascending Soul Realm. Chu Yang secretly judged. Now that he had risen to the 6th level of the Qi Soul Realm, he might be able to kill one of them if he used all his strength. However, he definitely wouldn't be a match for two of them. Moreover, the battle would definitely take a long time and cause a huge commotion. This is not desirable. Right now, if I were to rely on my own strength, it would be very difficult for me to kill all of you. However, I have obtained partial control of the 5 elements Great Formation. The Great Formation of the Burning Sky Palace is the supreme weapon in my hands. The Burning Sky Palace was the palace of a holy sun. The palace protection array was definitely not ordinary. Chu Yang immediately calmed down and carefully understood the array formation of the entire Burning Heaven Palace Hall. He immediately determined the level of the array formation, a level 4 array formation. A grade 3 formation corresponded to the Ascending Soul tier, while a grade 4 formation corresponded to the Soul Wheel tier. Among the level 3 formations there was a huge difference in the power of the formations. For example, although the Saber Gleam Sword Shadow formation on Chu Yang was a level 3 formation, it could at most kill those in the 3rd layer of the Ascending Soul Realm. Although they were all level 3 arrays, some could kill a person in the 9th level of the Ascending Soul Realm, while others could only kill a person in the 3rd level of the Ascending Soul Realm. In fact, level 3 arrays could be further subdivided, but they did not. The reason was simple: there were very few array masters. It was very easy for array masters to determine the power of a formation. Whether it was subdivided or not made no difference to them. Level 4 and Level 5 arrays were the same as Level 3 arrays. The current array of the Burning Sky Palace Hall was a fire attribute array that could kill experts in the 5th layer of the Soul Wheel tier. As for the Holy Sun, only those who broke through to the 3rd layer of the Soul Wheel tier would have the qualifications to become a Holy Sun. 9 Dragons Inferno Array. Chu Yang quickly found out the name of the array from the array seal. He even obtained the visualization diagram of the Flame Dragon from the array seal. A level 4 array requires a level 4 array seal. I can't set it up now, but if I change it to a level 3 array seal, killing those in the 9th layer of the Ascending Soul Realm will definitely not be a problem. This was a huge gain. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile in his heart. Because of the restriction of his realm, he needed the array to protect his life. Such an array was simply a timely rain. My decision is really very wise. Chapter 449. In the Burning Heaven Hall, there were definitely not many people with the surname Zhao. This brother Zhao was naturally Zhao Yunlong. The sect master of the 5 Elements sect was a spy of the Soul Devourer clan, Supreme Elder, I'm the most handsome, and so on. Many shocking things caused the entire 5 Elements sect to be in an uproar. Even though the array had isolated the entire Burning Heaven Hall, there were still many noises coming in from outside. When Zhao Yunlong heard the many discussions, his eyes couldn't help but flicker. He suddenly said, "Brother, do you think that bastard and I'm the most handsome know each other? Or perhaps the two of them have a great connection?" This wasn't good news. If Chu Yang was on good terms with I'm the most handsome, it would be even more troublesome to deal with Chu Yang. It's hard to say. As soon as Endihu opened his mouth, he immediately understood. Chu Yang and I'm the most handsome knew each other. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. He couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Zhao, who cares if they know you or not? We can just say that they know each other." "Haha, that's exactly what I was thinking." Zhao Yunlong laughed and cupped his fists towards Endihu. "It seems that I regret not meeting brother and earlier." "Regret not meeting earlier? I'll make you regret not meeting earlier." At this time, Chu Yang had already completely controlled the array of the Burning Heaven Hall. The 5 Elements Sect's Mountain Protecting Array was the cornerstone of all the arrays of the 5 Elements Sect. Almost all the arrays of the 5 Elements Sect were built on top of the Mountain Protecting Array. In this way, because of the existence of the Mountain Protecting Array, many of the arrays of the 5 Elements Sect would be even stronger. At the same time, if a great enemy came, the disciples and elders of the 5 Elements Sect could also gather all their power into the Mountain Protecting Array through the array to defend against the enemy. Therefore, with the control of the 5 Elements Sect's Mountain Protecting Array, it was extremely easy for Chu Yang to control the array of the Burning Heaven Hall. Chu Yang naturally understood the scheme of Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong. If the two of them succeeded, then the upper echelons of the 5 Elements Sect would come to find trouble with him. Even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Chu Yang was inwardly furious. He immediately jumped out with one hand on his waist and the other pointing at them. He glared at them fiercely and began his performance. Hey, this road was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass by here, you have to pay the toll. Chu Yang's sudden appearance scared Ndahu and Zhao Yunlong half to death. Then, they suddenly felt suffocated in their hearts. They cried out in alarm, "Sect Master!" The woman's eyebrows, eyes, nose, and lips were very elegant. Chu Yang appeared in front of the two people. That's right, Chu Yang had used the Thousand Faces art to adjust his appearance based on the face of the sect leader of the 5 Elements Sect. However, he only looked like the sect leader at first glance, and the details were full of flaws. And Ndahu and Zhao Yunlong also noticed this and couldn't help but be enraged. They roared, "Who are you? How dare you impersonate the sect master? How dare you? How dare you?" However, when the two of them realized this, their reactions were different. And Ndihu became even more furious, while Zhao Yunlong's heart had already frozen. When did he sneak in? Is his target the Wind Brain? Has the Wind Brain already fallen into his stomach? If anything happened to the Wind Brain, it would be better for him to be dead than alive. Chu Yang directly ignored the two of them and muttered to himself, "Robbery requires skill. Where is the road, where is the tree? This road was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. This slogan is obviously wrong. Wouldn't it make me look like I have no skill? This won't do. I have to think about this. This palace is my residence, and this formation master is mine. If you want to live in this palace, you have to leave your life behind." Ah, Tui, what kind of bullshit slogan is this? Chu Yang ignored Ndahu and Zhao Yunlong, causing them to become even more furious. This was especially so when they realized that Chu Yang's cultivation level was only at the 5th or 6th level of the Chi Soul realm. "You're courting death!" The two of them roared at the same time. Ndahu moved even faster. Roar! An earth-shaking tiger's roar resounded. Immediately, a large, brightly colored tiger rushed out from Ndahu's body and leaped high, pouncing towards Chu Yang. Rather than calling it a tiger, it was more like a large saber. Rather than pouncing, it was more like a slash. 5 tigers' soul-breaking saber. Injuring the martial spirit would injure the divine spirit. Ndahu planned to crush Chu Yang to death, and this attack was indeed very shocking. Chapter 450. Formation. Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong's pupils couldn't help but shrink. Tisk! Chu Yang looked furious as he pointed at the two of them. "You interrupted my inspiration. I'll tell you now that I'm very angry right now. You owe me an inspiration." How much confidence did the person in front of him have to be so fearless? Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong's hearts had completely sunk. The Burning Sky Hall's formation was already controlled by this person in front of them. No matter how capable they were, they could only admit defeat. Also, robbing requires skill. Just as I was about to improve my robbing skills, you interrupted me. As the saying goes, if you interrupt someone's comprehension, if someone kills someone's parents, you'll be sentenced to death. Swoosh! And Di Hu and Zhao Yunlong looked at each other. Seeing that Chu Yang was still blabbering on without knowing what was going on, they seized an opportunity and suddenly rushed out of the formation in two directions. Bang bang! Two loud sounds. The two of them were like eggs hitting a rock as they fiercely bounced back. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices as their internal organs shook and they spasmed on the ground in pain. Just now, in order to escape, they had used too much strength and almost used up all their strength to escape. Now, it was as if they had given themselves a fatal blow. Tisk, those 2 idiots. Chu Yang looked furious again. How dare you not give me face? I was talking here and you actually dared to escape. Since you didn't give me face, I'll have to tell you the importance of face today. Pitiful, too pitiful. In Chu Yang's consciousness, Little Six and Little Black were already mourning for Di Hu and Zhao Yunlong. Having met a boss like them, these 2 people were destined to have a rich and colorful life, and it would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. What you guys lacked was inspiration. The technical content of the robbery, the face, and so on, all of these made Little Six and Little Black think that their boss was a celestial being. You could even think of such a powerful excuse, and it seemed to be very reasonable. They couldn't help but be impressed. Bang bang! At this moment, Di Hu and Zhao Yunlong had been grabbed by the large hand formed by the formation, and then their faces were smashed into the ground. Di Hu and Zhao Yunlong's faces were the vanguard. They directly sank into the ground and went deep into the ground. This is called burying your face in the ground. This is a lesson I must teach you to ensure that you understand the importance of face. After all, no matter what, a tree's bark is a human's face. What he said made a lot of sense. Little Six and Little Black were completely convinced by Chu Yang. In terms of absurdity, Chu Yang was number 1 in the world. They wouldn't submit to anyone else. When he pulled out Di Hu's and Zhao Yunlong's faces, he saw that their faces were covered in blood and badly mutilated. Chu Yang felt miserable just by looking at it. He immediately said, "It's not my fault. The ground is too hard. I can't do anything about it. Normally, this is how I teach my classes. Nothing like this has ever happened before. You can only blame yourselves for being unlucky." The burning heaven hall seemed to be made of special materials. The ground was extremely hard. Even within Di Hu and Zhao Yunlong's cultivation and powerful physical bodies, their faces were still in a terrible state. Also, speaking of which, you guys are actually the main reason. Can't you guys be a little more thick-skinned? If you were a little thicker, wouldn't you be fine just now? Chapter 451. Di Hu and Zhao Yunlong were originally in extreme pain all over their bodies. When their faces suddenly smashed into the incomparably hard ground of the burning Heaven Palace Hall, their minds were instantly filled with a roar and dizziness. It was as if their brains had died, and they couldn't feel any pain at all. After a while, the 2 of them realized that their heads were in incomparable pain, and their faces were also in extreme pain. It was as if their faces no longer existed, and they could barely feel the blood flowing on their faces. Miserable, miserable, miserable. It was incomparably miserable, so miserable that they wanted to cry. They were sure that if they saw their faces now, they would faint. When Chu Yang's voice fell into their ears again, they wanted nothing more than to immediately perish together with Chu Yang. What did it mean to be fine as long as one's face was thick? However, they didn't have the ability. Their minds were in a daze, and they couldn't muster up any strength. Even the circulation of their true essence was difficult. Very quickly, they heard the words that could anger them to death again, and they also saw Chu Yang's current appearance. Chu Yang was very serious and said to them sternly, "I will now officially inform you that first, you owe me a sum of money for your education. I will never tell an ordinary person the importance of face. Who doesn't know the importance of face? Why don't you go and die if you don't tell me?" Di Hu and Zhao Yunlong were burning inside, and they were living a life worse than death. Even in such a state, they were still being ridiculed and ridiculed. Second, the compensation fee. Inspiration compensation fee, enlightenment compensation fee. You can even think of this reason. You've already robbed me, and you're still talking about bullshit inspiration and bullshit technical content. Third, I will now officially inform you that the two of you have been robbed by me. Before Hu and Zhao Yunlong could curse and curse in their hearts, they felt that someone had skillfully taken away their storage rings and looted them from top to bottom. In the end, they even received a comment and ridicule. You two poor bastards, the things you have on you aren't even enough for your education. At this moment, Hu and Zhao Yunlong even had the heart to die. Then, they were horrified. Forget it, I'm a kind-hearted person. Chu Yang said with a smile. I will tell you the method to become thicker for free. This method is the fire treatment method. Once your faces get used to the high temperature, they won't burn anymore. That's right. People who are thin-skinned tend to blush easily. The fire treatment method I invented is simply marvelous. Fire healing technique. Hu and Zhao Yunlong's faces were already miserable enough, yet they still had to be burned. At this moment they really wanted to ask, what kind of grudge do you have against me? Why are you acting like this? Unfortunately, Chu Yang wouldn't tell them that Hu had sent people to kill him twice, which was enough for Hu to die 10,000 times over. As for Zhao Yunlong, he and the burning heaven holy sun were even more sinister in the matter of the Guardian Hall. How could Chu Yang let him go? Buzz. Chu Yang controlled the formation, and a light membrane appeared, trapping the two of them. Soon after, with a pring sound, flames gushed out from the light membrane, burning the two of them. Ah! The two of them screamed. Chu Yang looked at them coldly. It's a pity that I can't kill people. Otherwise, this name would be too unpleasant to hear when it falls on my other identity. Swish. Chu Yang directly entered the burning heaven hall to loot. This was his original purpose. He released his astonishing divine instinct and searched for the place with the densest vitality in the burning heaven hall. He immediately found a white jade box. Whoosh! Chapter 452. Bang! The instant Chu Yang opened the jade box, a gust of wind caught him off guard and directly blew him away. Shortly after, a few tornadoes appeared in the entire hall, moving and wreaking havoc. Many items in the entire burning heaven hall were all swept up and fluttered in midair. At this time, Chu Yang also saw the treasure in the jade box. It was a strange fruit in the shape of a lychee. This strange fruit seemed to be the eye of the storm. All the wind was generated from it. Every time a gust of wind swept out from the fruit would instantly light up. The scene inside the fruit would appear, a human head. The head was transparent and the brain was clearly visible. What kind of strange fruit is this? It's so strange. Whoosh! Chu Yang instantly arrived beside the strange fruit and picked it up. He was incomparably shocked. Who cares? I'll know the effect of this strange fruit after eating it. He didn't waste any more brain cells and directly swallowed the strange fruit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The strange fruit instantly disappeared after entering his mouth. Soon after, Chu Yang's body seemed to have turned into a world of wind. His skin, flesh, tendons, bones, organs, blood, and even every cell seemed to have a gust of wind blowing past. His entire body also suddenly felt cold. The sound of the wind in his body became even more intense. Every acupoint in his body lit up, and a tornado appeared above every acupoint. As it swept, it drove the true essence in his body and crazily flowed. Boom! At the same time, a strange power transformed into a wind dragon and coiled up along Chu Yang's spine. Then, it rushed straight into Chu Yang's brain. Instantly, there was a burst of rumbling sound in his brain, and he temporarily lost all his senses. At this moment, he seemed to have temporarily died. His brain also seemed to have completely disintegrated and then quickly reassembled. When he recovered from the temporary death, he suddenly felt that his thoughts had become extremely fast. His senses had also become much sharper. The world in his eyes was also suddenly completely different from before. The most obvious change was his perception of the mountain guarding formation. The mountain guarding formation was originally a map, but at this moment, the mountain guarding formation had completely turned into a physical object. The entire five elements sect was within his perception, and every detail was extremely clear. His brain was like a person who did not know kung fu but had his marrow cleansed. His 8 extraordinary meridians opened up, and his conception and governing vessels opened up, becoming a kung fu master. This mutant fruit can actually improve my thinking ability, deduction ability, perception ability, and so on. It's so amazing! Chu Yang suddenly felt that everything in the world had become extremely slow. Everything was moving at a snail's pace. This strange feeling caused him to tremble. What is this? Is the speed of the wind slowing down? Or has my mind become incomparably sharp? Time, space, and everything else has slowed down. No one knew. However, Chu Yang could clearly sense that the process of the formation of his innate wind physique was like a building being built at a very fast speed. Then, it was completed in the blink of an eye. Boom! True origin surged, and the sound of raging waves and tsunamis could be heard from his body. The strength of his physical body was also explosively increasing. In an instant, he broke through to the strength of 7 dragons, reaching the 7th layer of the Chi Soul realm, the 7-star origin realm. The growth of his strength was far from stopping. The strength of 7 dragons and 1 elephant. The strength of 7 dragons and 2 elephants. The strength of 7 dragons and 3 elephants. Until the strength of 7 dragons and 9 elephants reached the peak, it stopped because the innate physique of the next step had not been formed. The light of wisdom flickered in Chu Yang's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have become an existence similar to a genius martial spirit. Within the light of wisdom, there seemed to be the light of the stars. As the 7-star origin surged, he seemed to be able to sense the Big Dipper in the starry sky. He could already guide the power of the stars with a raise of his hand. Whoosh! Violent winds from all directions converged towards Chu Yang from all directions. The more they gathered, the stronger they became. In the end, they turned into a huge tornado that broke through the roof of the Burning Sky Palace and appeared before the eyes of the 5 Elements sect. It attracted the attention of many people, who immediately cried out in alarm. Chapter 453. The Burning Sky Saint Sun has made another huge breakthrough. The power of this tornado is extremely shocking. Wind helps fire. The Burning Sky Saint Sun has grasped such a secret wind technique. I'm afraid he's even more amazing. No wonder I heard screams from the Burning Sky Hall. I'm afraid that the Burning Sky Saint Sun's breakthrough was extremely tragic. The tornado that appeared in the Burning Sky Hall successfully stole everyone's attention. Many people temporarily put aside the topic of, "I'm the most handsome," and began to discuss and exclaim, "Wind brain!" Zhao Yunlong, who was being roasted by the fire, was originally in deep water and was like a piece of meat on a rack. He was screaming in pain as he was being roasted. However, when he suddenly saw the tornado, he realized that something was wrong. The worst situation still happened. He was scared out of his wits as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. He didn't dare to yell out. If the God Sun knew that the Burning Sky Saint Sun had the wind brain, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Calmness and rationality made him feel even more pain and fear. He simply couldn't imagine the consequences if the Burning Sky Saint Sun knew that the wind brain was stolen. He was so terrified that his body trembled. His mind spasmed and went blank. And Di-Hu was only enduring the roasting of the flames as he constantly screamed. He thought that Zhao Yunlong couldn't take it. Ha ha! In the Burning Sky Hall, Chu Yang laughed loudly. The benefits he had gained from this trip were far beyond his imagination. Lightning tribulation liquid, indestructible soul scripture, and control of the mountain protecting formation. Now, he had obtained such a strange fruit. Not only did it increase his deduction and comprehension abilities, he could also freely control the wind. He had also cultivated the innate lightning body and the innate wind body. He had broken through 2 realms in succession, and his strength had increased explosively. He probably wasn't afraid of those in the 8th or 9th level of the Ascendant Soul realm at all. Tornado. Spin. Chu Yang looked at the tornado that was rotating at a high speed outside his body. He felt a tearing force in the air and was suddenly stirred up. At this moment, the tornado seemed to have become a huge electric drill in his eyes. The power of spiraling and rotation was extremely shocking. When the small electric drill spun, it could penetrate cement and metal plates with very little force. In addition to the electric drill, the cutting power of the grinding wheel was also extremely amazing. A thin layer of grinding wheel could easily cut through steel. Some people even said that if a piece of paper was used instead of a grinding wheel, it could easily cut through flesh and even wood. Chu Yang didn't believe that paper could cut wood when it was spinning. There was another way he didn't believe. It was said that if a cross was engraved on the bullet head, when it was shot, it would spin. Once it entered the human body, it would be disastrous. It would directly crush everything. Its lethality was terrifying. It was more than 10 times more powerful than ordinary bullets. Although he didn't believe it, it didn't stop Chu Yang from being certain of one thing. The power of rotation or spirals had a terrifying destructive power. The tornado in front of him had such a characteristic, so he could definitely work on it. Wind blades have the power to cut. Wind can also be a destructive force. He, the genius martial spirit, and the universal manifestation apparatus were all doing their best to deduce. When the 3 of them started to deduce, the deduction was extremely amazing. His mind moved in an instant. Boom! The tornado outside his body suddenly compressed and became smaller. It burst out with a loud sound. In the end, it turned into a small tornado that fell on Chu Yang's hand. It spun even more violently. The pulling, sucking, and tearing power that burst out was even more astonishing. Go! The tornado in Chu Feng's hand shot towards the ground. Immediately, the tornado expanded and bombarded forward like a huge electric drill. It easily broke through the extremely hard ground of the burning Heaven Palace and directly sank into the ground. Boom! After a while, the ground collapsed, and a huge and deep pit appeared. The tornado was still wreaking havoc below. Explode! When Chu Yang detonated it, he used the rotation of the pentagram anti-heaven star and the sharpness of it. Chapter 454. Hiss! Chu Yang couldn't help but gasp. It wasn't that the power wasn't great, but that it was too great. His senses were extremely clear. Countless tiny tunnels had already appeared underground, leading in all directions with no end in sight. These were the results of the pentagram anti-heaven star formed by the wind drilling through the ground. It cut through everything and rushed extremely far away. What would happen if it exploded inside the enemy's body? It would probably cut the enemy into powder. This was too shocking. Chu Yang thought about it. If he faced such an attack, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. What if the power of lightning was added to it? Wind, lightning, wind, and thunder. Wind and thunder were very compatible. Wouldn't that make it even more terrifying? Wind assisted the fire. Together with the power of fire, it would be equally terrifying. Wind, lightning, and fire were all added to it. It would definitely be even more shocking and possess extremely terrifying destructive power. In his consciousness, Little Six and Little Black were also shocked. The 2 apes looked at each other and realized that they both felt a chill run down their spines. Boss really isn't human. Anyone who encounters such a thing will have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Little Black and Little Six converse. It's not just 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He probably regrets being born. Little Six recalled the scene just now and still felt a lingering fear. That kind of cutting, that kind of tearing force was too terrifying. It could simply destroy everything. He now had another trump card. Ha ha! Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud again. Let's call this wind drill. Little Six and Little Black immediately lost their temper. This was too casual. Other people's moves would at least sound majestic and domineering no matter what. However, Chu Yang actually gave such a simple name to such a shocking move. The two monkeys could only be described as simple. The firecracker that was originally set off is called Earth Explosion. The so-called Earth Explosion was the move that he and Little Guai used to blast a hole in the Divine Manipulation Peak's formation. Little Six and Little Black looked at Chu Yang, who was frowning and thinking hard. They clearly knew that this was a name that Chu Yang had thought of after racking his brains. Little Six and Little Black no longer had the strength to retort. The two of them finally understood why their names were so simple. Chu Yang was simply too lacking in talent in this aspect. It was all eaten up by dogs. At this time, Chu Yang had already heartlessly collected the treasures of the Burning Heaven Hall. He was beaming with joy and was extremely happy. It was as if he was a miser who had seen a treasure trove. Soul-raising pill to raise the martial spirit. Not bad, but there are only a few dozen bottles. That's too little. Spirit soul pill. Hee, the pills that I need for the soul reincarnation realm have already been prepared. There's no one in this world who has more foresight than me. Burning Heaven pill, this broken thing should be used to refine the body. You have the nerve to use the 2 words Burning Heaven, and hang the title of Burning Heaven Holy Sun. You casually use such a domineering name like Burning Heaven, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Chu Yang silently cursed the Burning Heaven Saint's son. Fortunately, the Burning Heaven Saint's son wasn't here, or else he would probably explode in anger. There weren't a lot of pills, but they were all extremely precious. A single soul-raising pill was already not cheap, let alone a spirit soul pill. Haha, so many spirit stones, and all of them are upper-grade spirit stones. When Chu Yang searched the place where the spirit stones were stored, his eyes couldn't help but light up. There was a small mountain of upper-grade spirit stones. It was enough for him to casually buy things and squander for a while. Soul Reincarnation Realm, middle-grade Flame Dragon Sword. Chu Yang was delighted. He was just lacking a good sword. In fact, he was also lacking a good saber. Xiaoyou's unsharpened saber was very extraordinary, but in the end it wasn't sharpened. There were quite a few weapons and techniques, but the only one that Chu Yang was interested in was the 9-9 Fire Dragon Burning Heaven art. This should be the main technique of the Burning Heaven Holy Sun. This idiot, he didn't even take good care of such a technique. Chu Yang felt that what he said was reasonable, but the Burning Heaven Holy Sun probably wanted to cry. He was a dignified Holy Sun. Who in the 5 Elements sect would dare to steal from his Burning Heaven Palace? Facts have proven that this is an extremely radiant and promising career. I have decided to dedicate my life's effort to this. Chu Yang was still not satisfied. He hoped to collect treasures related to light and darkness to completely break through the Qi Soul realm and complete the Qi Soul third transformation. Got it, and Dihu and Zhao Yunlong should be able to give me some information. Chapter 455. He had to have a target to rob. Apart from Burning Heaven's Holy Sun, Chu Yang really lacked a target. He really had to count on Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong. Whoosh! Chu Yang's figure moved, and a gust of wind immediately blew up. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong. The two of you, how is the effect of the fire treatment? Chu Yang was in a good mood, and his smile was very bright. However, in Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong's eyes, it was as if a demon was smiling at them. Those 8 white teeth seemed to be gnawing on their flesh and chewing on their souls. Chu Yang's smile could be said to be even more terrifying than the flames that were burning them. The two of them couldn't help but shrink their hearts. All the hatred and resentment disappeared, leaving only fear. If you don't say, then I'll just assume that the fire treatment has a miraculous effect on thickening the skin. Little Six and Little Black felt that Chu Yang's words were too much. He was about to roast them, yet he still ridiculed them. It could only be said that it was unwise to be enemies with Chu Yang, especially since the two of them were too ruthless. Otherwise, Chu Yang wouldn't have made fun of them like this. Let me ask you a question. Is there anyone who is relatively rich around here who isn't as poor as the burning heaven holy sun? Chu Yang said with a smile. However, his eyes were flickering as if he was saying, "Why don't you try pretending to be mute again?" The burning heaven palace, the 5 elements holy sun palace on the east side. Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong blurted out almost at the same time. Omnipotent boss, don't fall into their trap. Become the sword in their hands and directly get rid of their enemies. Little Six immediately said. Little Black also said, that's right. Omnipotent boss, these two have ulterior motives. Chu Yang naturally knew this. Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong immediately knew that they were in trouble. The two of them seemed to have too much tacit understanding. They actually spoke at the same time, and the consequences were obvious. It would definitely make the demon in front of them suspicious. Chu Yang also sneered in his heart. These two trash are already very scared, but even at this time, you still don't forget to trick me. You two are very good. Boom. In his anger, he directly kicked the two of them away, smashing them into the burning heaven palace. Then, through the formation, he used 2 membranes of light to trap the two of them, suspending them in the air and separating them. This was just a simple application of the prisoner's dilemma. Whoosh! Chu Yang flew to Ndihu and began to interrogate him. Now, can you answer my questions properly? Ndihu's silence was golden. He didn't make any sound. Silent resistance? Chu Yang's expression couldn't help but turn cold. This is very interesting. But do you think that if you don't speak, I can't cripple your cultivation? Immediately, Ndihu's entire body trembled. If his cultivation was crippled, wouldn't he become a cripple and live a life worse than death? Do you know about eunuchs? Chu Yang smiled. I hope that after you become a eunuch, you can live on strong. Eunuch? The fear in Ndihu's heart became even stronger. Which man wouldn't be afraid? Also, do you know about the benefits of being a homosexual? Chu Yang directly smiled evilly. I think the two of you are very suitable. Cripple, eunuch, and homosexual. These 3 words were like heavy hammers that bombarded Ndihu's heart. He couldn't bear any of them. Chu Yang's evil smile became even more evil. Do you know how people eat monkey brains? Ndihu obviously knew. The fear in his eyes became even stronger. If he was like a monkey, his head was clamped between 2 tables, his head was opened, and a monkey used a spoon to dig and eat his brain bit by bit. I can tell you very clearly that letting a monkey eat your brain is already a kind of relief. Do you believe it? Chapter 456. Also, let me remind you. You can choose not to tell, but that doesn't mean your brother Zhao won't tell. Chu Yang touched his nose. The corners of his mouth curled up. He smiled faintly and said, So, what's your choice? If Zhao Yunlong told, and Ndihu was stubborn, what would happen to him in the end? Ndihu shuddered. Hence, he surrendered in the end. His relationship with Zhao Yunlong wasn't good enough for them to trust each other. What do you want to know? Very good. Chu Yang smiled even more happily. In such a situation, he might not be able to do better than Ndihu. What did you guys say about the 5 Elements Saint's Palace? What's your motive? And Dihu wasn't surprised. He didn't want to say it, but he was afraid that he would give the opportunity to Zhao Yunlong. Hence, he told the truth. It's not the 5 elements saint, but the 5 elements god. That's where the 5 elements god palace is located. Chu Yang instantly understood. The 5 elements godchild was probably very powerful, and Dihu and Zhao Yunlong wanted him to die so that they could escape. Tell me more about the 5 elements godchild. The 5 elements godchild has the 5 elements inborn constitution. He's an inborn lifeform and is now at the 6th level of the soul wheel realm. 5 elements inborn constitution, inborn lifeform. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. According to Little Six, he was still an imperfect inborn lifeform and was infinitely close to it. He naturally knew how difficult it was to become an inborn lifeform. But the 5 elements godchild was actually an inborn lifeform. The 6th level of the soul wheel realm is almost at the 7 spirits great circle. Chu Yang frowned again. This kind of strength was also very astonishing. Humans have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. The 7 physical souls are respectively spirit, strength, central spirit, essence, heroic spirit, spiritual intelligence, and heaven Chong spirit. The 7 physical souls were the 7 energy fields of the human chakras. Cultivation would allow the 7 energy fields to form a spiritual chakra. This spiritual chakra was called the chakra realm, which was why the realm was called the soul wheel realm. There were 9 levels in the soul wheel realm. The first 7 levels were to form the 7 chakra spirit. The 8th level was to gather the 7 chakra spirits into a formation. The 5 elements divine child was now in the spirit wisdom soul, the spirit wisdom wheel realm. And Dihu's words contained too much shocking information. You too have a grudge against the 5 elements divine child? This was also what Chu Yang needed to understand. His ultimate goal was to find someone to rob. If he had no conflict with the 5 elements god, why would he bother the 5 elements god? Chu Yang had a bottom line. No? Then what is the relationship between the 2 of you and the 5 elements divine child? I don't know the 5 elements divine child, and he doesn't like me. At this point, Dihu could only reveal everything he knew. As for Zhao Yunlong, the 5-element divine child can be said to be his master's master. With this explanation, Chu Yang understood very well. The burning sky saint child was the divine child's little brother, or rather, a dog. In other words, because of him, the 5 elements divine child was very likely to become his enemy. Perhaps this was already the case. Since he was an enemy, then sorry. Who cared if he was a divine child or not, or how strong he was? Since he was an enemy, then he had to kill him. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and said coldly to Ndihu, "You better promise that everything you say is the truth. Otherwise, you will be miserable." Whoosh! Chu Yang's figure moved, and appeared at Zhao Yunlong's side. Seeing this scene, Ndihu could not help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, he did not dare to play any tricks. Otherwise, if Zhao Yunlong confessed, he would really be consigned to eternal damnation. It didn't take long for Chu Yang to finish his interrogation of Zhao Yunlong. He got the same answer, Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong both wanted to kill their fellow Taoist but not themselves. So, they told him everything they knew. "Divine child, I'm robbing you." Pung! Chu Yang directly activated the formation and set fire to the entire burning sky palace. Ndihu and Zhao Yunlong were still trapped in the light film and were roasted. Chapter 457. From the moment he was teleported to the mountain peak beside the minor divine palace of 5 elements, the entire minor divine palace of 5 elements fell into Chu Yang's eyes. The scale of the minor divine palace of 5 elements was grand and magnificent. The buildings were built according to the height of the mountain. Halls, pavilions and buildings were scattered all over the place. Among them, the architecture seemed to be arranged according to the status, function, position, and so on of the temple. It used many forms such as resting hills, hanging hills, hard hills, and double eave. At the same time, it was covered with noble glazed tiles or cloth tiles. It produced the effect of different heights, distinct primary and secondary, and a riot of colors. There were also many types of beasts on the roof, and their shapes were beautiful. Especially the dragon head of the main hall, which stood alone with its eaves, as if it would never fall. What a lesser 5 elements divine palace! It's so grand! Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. This unknowingly showed the status of the divine son of 5 elements, which was supreme. At the same time, it also showed the strength of the divine son of 5 elements, which was very powerful. He sensed the array and quickly found the location of the divine son of 5 elements, and suddenly smelled the aura of the divine son of 5 elements. In an instant, Chu Yang felt a chill run down his spine. The divine son of 5 elements was far more amazing than he had imagined. If he had just barged in, there would have been nothing left of him. Fortunately, I didn't sneak in directly. Such a person, not to mention trying to control the array, I'm afraid he would have noticed me as soon as I sneaked in. Chu Yang's eyes flickered, and he felt extremely pressured. To be exact, he had never met such an amazing person like the divine son of 5 element. He carefully looked at the divine son of 5 element. In an instant, he felt circles of 5 colors from the divine son of 5 element. The divine son of 5 elements had a 5-colored divine ring between his eyebrows. His face seemed to be a 5-colored circle, and his body seemed to be a circle as well. There was a 5-colored divine ring in his body, and a 5-colored divine ring outside his body. His pupils were also 5-colored. This is the manifestation of the cycle of 5 elements cultivated to a very high level. Chu Yang felt the flow and transformation of the 5 elements' vital essence, and was shocked. The 5 elements' God's cultivation and comprehension of the 5 elements were much deeper than his. In front of the 5 elements' God, he was like a primary school student. At this moment, the 5 elements' divine child was cultivating, and the 5-colored light around him kept flashing. Good, very good. Chu Yang was under a lot of pressure, but he was also excited. The 5 elements' divine child was dangerous, but the treasures and cultivation techniques he had were also amazing. We can only sneak attack. Chu Yang was formulating a plan in his mind. With the 5 elements' grand array, he could instantly appear behind the 5 elements' divine child and knock him out. No, just kill him. If such a person became his enemy, he would definitely not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Thus, he might as well just kill him. Moreover, assassination was easier and safer than a sneak attack. Sneak attacking Chu Yang might not be able to knock out the 5 elements' divine child, and it would be dangerous if he slipped up. Assassination, even if he couldn't kill the 5 elements' divine child in one blow, he would definitely be able to severely injure the 5 elements' divine child, making it easier for him to escape. Fine, I'll do it once. I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. The 5 elements' divine child was very likely to become Chu Yang's enemy, but at least he wasn't now. This was the reason why Chu Yang couldn't kill him. However, he had already made up his mind to strangle this huge hidden danger. That's it. One fatal blow, life or death, success or failure, it all depends on this move. Chu Yang directly retreated to the space under the fire element peak. He kept thinking about the way of assassination, and all his essence, qi, and spirit condensed at one point, concentrating, withdrawing, and condensing. Never before had Chu Yang's spirit been so highly concentrated. His aura was constantly withdrawing, and in the depths of his heart, his killing intent was also forcibly suppressed and condensed. He kept deducing every possibility, trying to gather all his strength at one point to explode with the most amazing power. Chapter 458. This was definitely a life and death assassination. Facing the god's son in the minor five elements shrine, if he could not kill him, he would immediately fall into a passive state. Moreover, the five elements god's son was at the 6th level of the soul wheel realm. Not only did he possess a powerful realm, his vitality was also extremely vigorous. It would be difficult to completely destroy all his vitality. Now, Chu Yang wanted to assassinate such a person. It was an extremely daring and heaven-defying act. Once the assassination was successful, there would be no one in the Five Elements sect that he would not dare to assassinate. I am not proficient in the Supreme Assassin Tao. Among the cultivation techniques, only the wind-chasing life-reaping sword has touched upon it. I may not be able to achieve the white rainbow-piercing sun, blood-splashing 5 steps and killing in 1 strike. But this is the best time to sharpen my will. Chu Yang wasn't sure. Suddenly, his heart started to fluctuate. Layers of ripples started to form in his heart. At this moment, his mind was finally shaken. Thousands of thoughts were running through his mind. I think I should forget about it. If the assassination fails, it will be troublesome. One should not be too extreme. I have the Destiny Twins' martial spirit. The day when I reach the soul wheel realm is just around the corner. I can cultivate slowly and there is no need to take risk. After all, a gentleman will not stand under a dangerous wall. Chu Yang had the thought of retreating and it was getting more and more intense. Yes, if I am in a desperate situation, the consequences will be unimaginable. My sister, brother, parents, and friends will all be implicated. At this moment, Chu Yang's consciousness was split into 2 and they were arguing fiercely. His thoughts of retreating were getting heavier and heavier. It was undeniable that with the genius martial spirits and the fool martial spirits, Chu Yang did not need to take risks at all. He could cultivate quietly and increase his cultivation. Soon, he would be able to cultivate to an extremely high level. In the intense battle of thoughts, Chu Yang had almost decided to give up on the assassination and leave immediately. Because he felt the countless dangerous auras from the minor 5 elements shrine and the 5 elements god's son had become more intense. These dangerous auras were like slumbering prehistoric beasts. Once they were awakened, the world would be turned upside down and everything would be destroyed. No. This is such a great opportunity and a supreme support, yet I still have so many misgivings and even fear. If I see him in the future, won't I have to curl up and even kneel before him? Suddenly, just as Chu Yang was about to give up, a thought flashed through his mind and his mind trembled. My cultivation has been smooth sailing ever since the Destiny Twins awakened. There haven't been many twists and turns. Although I've tempered a lot, I never thought that my willpower would be so weak. If you don't even dare to carry out such an assassination, how can you stand in this world and not be bullied by anyone? Once I take this step back, I will be a weakling. With a flaw in my heart, how will I be able to reach the peak? I want to be that peerless expert, to control my own life and death, to control my own destiny. No matter what, I have to pass this trial. At this moment, Chu Yang broke the shackles in his heart. He decided to launch a sneak attack instead of an assassination. So what if he left the 5 elements divine child alive? If he could kill the 5 elements divine child now, he could do the same in the future. The moment his heart broke the shackles, a strong self-confidence seemed to have sprouted in Chu Yang's heart. His willpower was unprecedentedly strong. Because of the change in Chu Yang's heart, the genius martial soul and the fool martial soul also released a domineering aura at this moment. His true essence also surged, and he didn't need to circulate it to completely integrate it with his body. Whoosh! Without a sound, Chu Yang teleported behind the 5 elements divine child in an instant, and a brick appeared in his hand. That's right, it was a brick. In Chu Yang's mind, it was the most suitable and perfect combination to knock someone out with a brick. The five elements divine child instantly sensed Chu Yang's appearance. He even felt that he could see the smile on Chu Yang's face and the brick in his hand. However, he couldn't do anything about it because it was too late. The five elements divine child could clearly feel that the brick was about to hit his head. At this moment, no one could describe the elegance of the brick. Bang! The brick formed by true essence exploded. Before the five elements divine child could erupt in humiliation and anger, he was knocked out by the brick. Chapter 459. Hee, no matter how good your martial arts are, you're still afraid of a kitchen knife. No, a brick. A peerless brick, truly a peerless brick. You won't be able to find another brick like it in this world. Chu Yang was very satisfied with this attack. From teleporting out of the formation seal space to instantly appearing behind the five elements divine child, to the final attack that he had been planning for a long time, the entire process could be said to be impeccable. If it had been an assassination, the five elements divine child would have been dead by now. He couldn't be more dead. With this attack, Chu Yang was like a peerless assassin, reaping lives at will. Such an attack can totally become my method of killing without leaving a trace. In the end, he won't even know how he died. Chu Yang could totally use his somersault cloud as a replacement for the teleportation formation. It was the mystique that he had formed by filling the sky and earth bridges. It should also be able to silently appear behind the five elements divine child. Chu Yang's eyes flashed as he quickly deduced. The fatal windchaser sword, the path to heaven, the somersault cloud and the wind. All sorts of things flashed in his mind, and he immediately understood. Wait, I'll find someone to test out this brick move of mine, hee. Chu Yang suddenly felt a great sense of satisfaction and pride. Looking at the unconscious five elements divine child on the ground, he felt even more delighted. Previously, when he had been preparing this attack, he had been fighting fiercely in the depths of his heart. It was equivalent to having an inner demon. Once he retreated, not only would it be difficult for him to raise his cultivation level in the future, but even if there were no obstacles, his future achievements would be limited. How could a coward be like a fish in water in the world of martial arts? One had to forge ahead bravely with the mentality of an invincible expert. Only then would one be able to subdue everything and earn the respect and admiration of others. Retreating at the slightest difficulty could only mean that one was weak and had no fate with the strong. Chu Yang had broken through a hurdle in his cultivation, and the rewards he had received were great. This time, he had gathered his strength and used the unique brick. His will and life had climbed to the peak. In the depths of his heart, a firm and tenacious belief was born and condensed. If he were to encounter dangerous situations in the future, he would be able to deal with them more easily. Chu Yang couldn't sense it himself, but if someone was beside him at this moment, they would definitely be able to sense that his aura was different from before. It was filled with a pressure that made people want to submit to him. Hee, I hope the five elements divine child won't disappoint me. Chu Yang began to search and immediately found two things on the five elements sun. One was a cultivation method, the great five elements cycle scripture. The other was a divine ring, the five elements cycle heavenly ring. Chu Yang looked at the five elements heaven circulating ring and played with it in his hand. It emitted a dazzling five-colored light. What a five elements heaven circulating ring! The five elements heaven circulating ring was like a five-colored sun in his hand. Even if the surrounding light was extremely bright, the five-colored light formed a rainbow that shone out like a dream. The pentagram anti-heaven star, the five elements heaven circulating ring, one is opposite and one is positive. The former represents the mutual suppression of the five elements, while the latter represents the mutual generation of the five elements. I just don't know if this five elements heaven circulating ring is of the same level as the five elements anti-heaven star. Until now, Chu Yang still hadn't figured out what level of weapon the 5 elements anti-heaven star was. At this moment, the 5 elements heaven circulating ring in his hand suddenly shook and flew out of his hand, directly flying into his body. Clang! The sound of metal and stone burst out. Chu Yang's body suddenly erupted with endless 5-colored light. His entire body was translucent, and his entire mind shook violently as if it was about to collapse. What's going on? Chapter 460. Boom. The 5 elements' real elemental energies in Chu Yang's body also surged up violently at this time. They crazily poured into the 5 elements' real elemental energies like stormy waves. First, the 5 elements heaven circulating ring had 5 nodes on it. According to the generation of the 5 elements, when the vital energy went from one node to another, the total amount of 5 elements vital energy would more than double. With the initial amount of vital energy as a unit, each node doubled, and finally, the 5 elements vital energy would increase to 5 times. Then, it flowed into the pentagram reverse star, and immediately, the amount of vital energy began to decrease. In the end, only half of the vital energy was left. The 5 elements heaven circulating ring could produce the 5 elements vital energy on its own. The pentagram reverse star could refine the 5 elements vital energy. The two could only be combined perfectly when they were of the same level. The difference was that the pentagram reverse star was in his hands, while the 5 elements heaven circulating ring was in the hands of the 5 elements divine child. Not only did these two things have such an effect on vital energy, but Chu Yang also found that they had such an effect on his mental strength and even his martial soul. These two things are heaven-defying. Chu Yang was shocked. Once again, he rejoiced at his previous decision. If he did not launch a sneak attack, how could such divine items fall into his hands? Great 5 elements circulation scripture. He quickly skimmed through the cultivation method. In general, it was the use of the 5 elements circulation heavenly ring. However, there was also a roadmap for the circulation of true essence, as well as a more detailed explanation and explanation. There were also many ways to use the 5 elements true essence. This cultivation method and the 5 elements heaven circulating ring are simply prepared for me. Chu Yang quickly plundered the 5 elements divine child, and his gains were extremely rich. 5 elements traversing steps, great 5 elements sword art, great 5 elements hand print, soul-raising pills, soul pills, spiritual stones, and so on. The 5 elements divine child had much more than what he had in the sky-burning palace. Haha, I'm rich. This time I've really become a motorcycle. Chu Yang's movements were extremely fast. Soon, he finished plundering and began to work from the beginning to the end. He controlled the array of the minor 5 elements palace, hung the 5 elements divine child up, and then set him on fire. At the same time, he left a message. Andihu and Zhao Yunlong recommended this robbery. He also left his experience and feelings. The 5 elements divine child's roast goose is a poor bastard. I'm very angry. Little Six and Little Black were both stunned. There was actually such a person in this world. Chu Yang is wicked, too wicked. Not only did he rob the 5 elements god, he even gave him a bad review. Andihu and Zhao Yunlong were even worse off as they were framed by him. If the 5 elements divine child woke up and saw these words, he would probably skin Andihu and Zhao Yunlong alive and grind their bones to dust. Andihu is a chicken, Zhao Yunlong is a duck, and you are a goose, 5 elements divine child. Chu Yang laughed evilly. Hee, this young master is really too talented. Roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose, all of them are of the same origin, and the description is very accurate. I can't help but admire myself. To be honest, I'm really looking forward to it. When the roast duck and roast goose are cooked, I think the meat will definitely be very delicious. roast duck, roast chicken, roast goose. With such sarcastic remarks, Little Six and Little Black could only say that Chu Yang was indeed a heaven-defying martial artist who was omnipotent. Roast goose was so simple and whimsical, yet he could come up with it. Admiration, admiration, they were really full of admiration. They prostrated themselves on all fours. Chu Yang's wickedness continued. Boom! There was the sound of flames bursting out. He activated the array and burned the entire Five Elements Divine Palace. Immediately, the entire Five Elements Divine Palace was drowned in a sea of fire. The Five Elements Divine Child also began to roast. Whoosh! Chu Yang immediately disappeared and returned to the array seal space below the fire element peak through the teleportation array. Crackle, 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 and flames raged. Amidst the crackling sounds, the Five Elements Divine Child, who was hung up like a roast goose, had his clothes burned clean in an instant. Then, most of the hair on his body was burned off. The intense pain of the fire immediately woke the Five Elements Divine Child up. Ah! There was an earth-shattering scream, as if an earth-shattering blow had struck the void. The entire void seemed to have cracked open, and there were countless spiderweb-like cracks everywhere. In an instant, everyone in the Five Elements sect heard such a scream. Boom! The Five Elements Divine Child broke free from his shackles and fell to the ground like a furious giant, causing the entire earth to shake. He lowered his head and immediately saw his appearance. He was like a duck that had its feathers plucked and cleaned. There was nothing covering his body. His whole body was burning with pain. If he thought about being burned, wouldn't he be treated as a duck being roasted? However, compared to the duck's golden skin and flesh, his charred body was too ugly, too ugly. The Five Elements Divine Child was so humiliated and angry that he almost fainted. Then, he roared like an injured beast, "Who?" Chapter 461. Whoosh, whoosh. The first to arrive were the 5 peak masters of the 5 inner peak. When they saw the scene in the lesser 5 Elements Divine Palace, their pupils shrank. When they saw the 5 Elements Divine Child in such a state, they couldn't help but be shocked and horrified. At this moment, the 5 Elements Divine Child was like a plucked chicken or duck. After being cleaned up and roasted on the fire, it was accidentally burnt black. The peak masters of the 10 outer peaks, as well as many elders and saints, followed by many true disciples and core disciples. When they arrived, they were shocked when they saw the scene in the lesser 5 Elements Divine Palace. Who is so bold to set fire to the lesser 5 Elements Divine Palace? How dare they anger the Divine Child? Aren't they afraid of dying without a complete corpse? They're courting death. The disciples of the 5 Elements sect were in awe of the 5 Elements Divine Child. They all saw him as the future sect master of the 5 Elements sect. Who is that black duck that looks like it has been burned by fire? Are you sure it's a duck and not a chicken? Anyway, it's either a chicken or a duck. Could this be the work of the 5 Elements Divine Child? Although the 5 Elements Divine Child is a little indecent, I like it. Why do I feel like the 5 Elements Divine Child is learning from I'm the most handsome? I can't believe the 5 Elements Divine Child did such a funny thing. No one thought that the bald man with all his hair burnt was the 5 Elements Divine Child, so they casually ridiculed him. When the words fell into the 5 Elements Divine Child's ears, they were like countless maggots crawling into his ears and burrowing into his heart. He was extremely disgusted and irritated. Get lost. The 5 Elements Divine Child roared and unleashed his aura, scaring the disciples of the 5 Elements sect. They immediately exclaimed in disbelief. No way, the one with all his hair burnt like a duck is the 5 Elements Divine Child. You're not joking, right? How could the Divine Child be like a duck that had all its feathers burned off? He's definitely not a Divine Child. How could a Divine Child be so pathetic? Like a duck, plucked and burnt like a duck. A duck plucked and burnt like a duck. Every word was heart-wrenching. The five elements' divine child felt a great sense of humiliation. His dignity and pride seemed to be like meat that was minced and mixed together into minced meat and wrapped into dumplings. These dumplings were perhaps the most flavorful dumplings in the world. They gathered all the flavors in the world, and when one ate them, all kinds of flavors instantly attacked one's heart. He was the divine child of the five elements, so noble and proud that he was above everyone else. However, there was a day when he was described as a chicken or a duck that had all its feathers plucked and burned. Disgrace. It was a great humiliation, a humiliation that could never be washed away. Schwa. The five elements' divine child's sharp gaze swept across the group of disciples who were exclaiming in disbelief. His gaze was so sharp that it almost made them go limp. They were so shocked that they cried out, "It can't be! It really is the five elements' God! Oh my God, the five elements' divine child has become like this! This is unbelievable! The five elements' divine child is plucked like a duck." Being plucked like a duck was too harsh for the five elements' divine child, especially those idiots. Why would they say anything if they knew it was him? Didn't they think he was humiliated enough? The five elements' divine child's eyes were even fiercer. He even wanted to kill them, even though they were all admirers and admirers. "Get the hell out of here!" he roared again. "Yes, yes, yes. Divine child, we'll get lost immediately." Those people were scared out of their wits. Of course, there were many others. The five elements' divine child had mixed feelings when he saw the peak masters of the 5 inner peaks and 10 outer peaks of the 5 elements sect. He even felt the gaze of the 5 elements sect master from the 5 elements palace, as well as the gazes of many old monsters in a corner of the 5 elements sect. What will they think of me? I'm the divine child of the 5 elements sect, but I'm in such a mess. How can I convince others in the future? Chapter 462. The Divine Son left a message. A disciple's lips trembled as he pointed at the place where Chu Yang had left his message. Ah! The 5 elements' divine son's sharp gaze swept over, and the disciple screamed in fear and fled in a hurry. At this time, the 5 elements' divine son had already seen Chu Yang's message. Andihu and Zhao Yunlong strongly recommended this robbery. Andihu, Zhao Yunlong. Robbery! The 5 elements' divine son gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His roar resounded throughout the 5 elements sect, causing Andihu and Zhao Yunlong, who heard the 5 elements' divine son's voice, to tremble. The two of them were also shocked. Could it be that the divine son was robbed by that person and completely lost to him? How is that possible? The two of them were scared out of their wit. The 5 elements' divine son was high and mighty in their hearts, and no one could be his opponent. In their eyes, the 5 elements' divine son was absolutely unbeatable. Therefore, they had hoped that the 5 elements' divine son could avenge them, but now this was the result. They had harmed the 5 elements' divine son too. How was that possible? But when they heard the 5 elements' divine son's roar again, they could hear too much anger and humiliation. Roast goose! The 5 elements' divine son's furious voice entered their ears again, and Andihu and Zhao Yunlong no longer had any doubts. It was obvious that the 5 elements' divine son had been roasted like them. At the lesser 5 elements temple, the 5 elements' divine son was reading Chu Yang's notes and feelings. 5 elements' divine son, this roast goose is a pauper, I'm very angry. His entire person was ferocious. He had been robbed, humiliated, and even ridiculed like this. The roast goose was fine, but there was a pauper behind it, and you're still angry. Is it because you can't tolerate it? Ah! The 5 elements' divine son completely lost his composure and roared, I must kill you, I must kill you. No matter who you are, no matter where you run to, I will tear you to pieces." Many of the onlookers were shocked. The person who humiliated the five elements' divine child was simply speechless. It was simply infuriating. They were also shocked. Who was it that dared to humiliate the five elements' divine son and did not even put him in their eyes? Some people seemed to have an answer in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. At this time, a disciple suddenly shouted, "Look, the burning heaven Holy Son's burning heaven hall has also been set on fire." Immediately, many voices began to ring out. "But there are also two people who are being roasted like chickens and ducks? It can't be the burning sky Holy Son and his trusted aide Zhao Yunlong, right?" "Very likely." Swish, swish. In an instant, everyone flew towards the burning sky hall, and the five elements' Son of God followed. The five elements' divine Son circulated his true essence, and his injuries immediately healed. His hair grew back, and he put on his clothes. He turned from a plucked goose into a majestic and noble divine son that people looked up to. Whoa! When Nde Hu and Zhao Yunlong were rescued, the two big men actually started to cry. This made everyone's heart tremble. What kind of devastation did these two big men have to go through to cry like this? Who? The five elements' divine son was annoyed and irritable when he heard the two crying. He only managed to squeeze out one word from between his teeth. The murderous intent on his body seemed to have materialized, surging like waves. "Divine Son, it wasn't the two of us who led that villain to you." When the five elements' divine son heard this, he really wanted to tear the two of them into pieces. "Do you think I haven't embarrassed myself enough? Are you trying to say that I'm afraid of that bastard?" Bang! The five elements' divine son was extremely furious. He directly stomped Zhao Yunlong's head into the ground and looked coldly at Nde Hu with murderous eyes. "Who? Tell me who it was." "I don't know. I don't know." Chapter 463. I'm the most handsome. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. I'm the most handsome had framed the sect master of the Five Elements sect as a spy of the Soul Devourer clan. Even the Grand Elder was alarmed by this shocking news, and before the matter had even settled down, he had already caused such a huge commotion. However, if this person was I'm the most handsome, then everything would make sense. At this moment, many disciples began to discuss among themselves. If I'm the most handsome, then there's nothing strange. I'm the most handsome. I don't even care about the sect master, so why would I care about the deities? That's right. I'm the most handsome scolded the presiding elder like a dog, and even dared to slander the sect master. I feel that there's nothing in this world that he doesn't dare to do. I'm the most handsome. Even the Grand Elder, the sect master, and the peak masters couldn't do anything to him. Why would he care about the Five Elements deity? I'm the most handsome. He's lawless. No one can stop him. Boom! Suddenly there was a loud bang. The Five Elements deity vented his anger and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to jump up. Dust rose from where he stood. I'm the most handsome. I'll definitely kill you. The Five Elements deity's roar resounded throughout the entire Five Elements sect and the entire world. In the Five Elements sect, after the news of the Five Elements deity's humiliation spread, the entire Five Elements sect was shaken. Now that they heard that this masterpiece was I'm the most handsome's doing, the entire Five Elements sect fell into an uproar once again. Chu Na's sweetheart was scared out of her wits. When she heard such a thing at this time, she really had the urge to cut Chu Yang into 1,000 pieces. As for the people from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, they were already scared out of their wit. Their junior brother Chu was simply too bold. He would only be satisfied if he poked a hole in the sky. Although they had already expected that Chu Yang would shake the entire Five Elements sect after entering, they never thought that it would turn the world upside down like this. I heard that only the burning sky Holy Sun and the five elements Deity were ambushed this time. Do you think it's possible that the burning sky Holy Sun and the five elements Deity are also spies of the Soul Devourer clan? In the entire five elements sect, the many disciples were buzzing like flies as they discussed this matter. Don't spout nonsense. If this gets out, I'm afraid you'll die. What's there to be afraid of? I think it's possible. That's right. Why didn't the violent Holy Sun, who came out to provoke the guardian elder of the Divine Command Peak, get attacked? Not only the Holy Sun of Violence, but the other Holy Suns as well. The reason for this is very likely because I, the most handsome, reminded us that even if the burning sky Holy Sun and the five elements Godchild are not spies of the Soul Devourer clan, we still have to be careful and pay attention to them. Chu Yang had said that the sect master of the five elements sect was a spy of the Soul Devourer clan. How could such a matter be easily resolved? Although most people did not believe such nonsense, it did not stop the five elements sect's disciples from having such a thought. There were even many disciples who thought that it was very possible. The peak lords of the 5 inner and 10 outer peaks, as well as the 5 elements divine child, were all incredibly perceptive. They didn't need to listen in to hear the discussions among the disciples. Their expressions were very bad. The violent Holy Sun, who was present, also had a very bad expression. He had also been involved in the discussion. The current situation of the 5 elements sect was really worrying. As for whether the 5 elements sect had been thoroughly infiltrated by the Soul Devourer clan, to be exact, he did not know. Inadvertently, he saw a top-notch person from the corner of his eye. A top-notch person who could be a Holy Sun but not a Holy Sun. Chao Ju. Chao Ju and the big meatball Jean Duo were whispering and laughing secretly. The violent Holy Sun could vaguely see the gloating expressions on the two's faces. He immediately had a feeling in his heart and immediately blurted out, "Brother Chao, do you have a clue about my most handsome?" As soon as the violent Holy Sun spoke, all eyes fell on Chao Ju and Jean Duo. Chapter 464. Chao Ju was also shocked. Jean Duo was extremely fat, while Chao Ju was slightly chubby. They were already very eye-catching when they stood together, and now that everyone was looking at them, they seemed to be shining. "Brother Guo, you must be joking." The violent saint's name was Guo Shuwen. It was a very scholarly name, which was the complete opposite of his title as a saint. Chao Ju responded easily. "I was just thinking if I should put up a sign in front of my house. I'm a pauper. Let's see if it can ward off evil." "Chao Ju, do you want to die?" The 5 elements divine child was provoked by the word pauper, and he thought that Chao Ju was mocking him. "You can give it a try." Chao Ju's eyes turned cold and angry. "Jun Yudao, I'm indeed no match for you, but I can at least break one of your teeth." Boom! Suddenly, Chao Ju and the 5 elements divine child, Jun Yudao, confronted each other. Their auras were like mountains and seas, surging and majestic. This confrontation caused a fierce wind to blow and ripples to appear in the void. It was as if the world was about to change color. Enough. Do you two think that it's not chaotic enough? Don't you know how to restrain yourselves? The furious voice of the sect leader of the 5 elements sect resounded from the 5 elements Great Hall, forcing both of them to withdraw their auras. While the 5 elements sect was in an upheaval, Chu Yang was crazily looting the space of the formation seals of the 5 peak. He swept clean all the divine liquids of the 5 elements, such as the divine liquids of fire element, divine liquids of wood element, and divine liquids of earth element. Chu Yang absorbed these divine liquids, and then quickly opened and built the 5 elements meridian circuit according to the Great 5 Elements Circulation Sutra. He didn't use much of the divine liquids, and the main ones to absorb them were the 5 elements divine ring, the pentagram anti-heaven star, and Shao Guai. The 5 elements divine ring and the pentagram anti-heaven star seemed to have been severely damaged, and the 5 elements divine liquid was very useful for them. Basically, little Guai had used up half of the 5 elements divine liquid, while the 5 elements heaven circulating ring and the pentagram reverse star had used up less than half. The 5 elements divine liquid had a limited effect on the recovery of the 2. The remaining 5 elements divine liquid was absorbed by Chu Yang to cultivate the Great 5 Elements Circulation Sutra. He did not really need the 5 elements divine liquid. After looting all the 5 elements godly liquid in the 5 inner peaks, Chu Yang began to play tricks before he left. Boom! First, the fire element peak shone brightly. 1,000 feet tall light tablet was erected, like a heavenly pillar. On the tablet, a line of words was constantly flashing, shining brightly. My king asked me to patrol the mountain. When the fire element peak's peak master saw this, he felt as if he had a heart attack. He almost fell from the sky. After that, the remaining 4 inner peaks emitted light tablets one after another. The words, "The king asked me to patrol the mountains," also flashed one after another. The light was so dazzling that it made everything in the world lose its color in an instant. Traitor, you deserve to die. Boom! The 5 peak masters of the 5 inner peaks emitted their auras. Immediately, 5 fire beacons soared into the sky, like 5 heavenly pillars. What are you shouting for? Do you still have the face? Another row of glittering words appeared on the light tablet. As the peak master of the 5 inner peaks, you didn't even notice that the 5 elements divine liquid was stolen from the main peak that you were guarding. Do you feel proud? Let me give you a suggestion. Go back and check on your sons. I'm afraid you might find something big. Chu Yang was very black-hearted. He was clearly the one who stole it, but he blamed it all on the Soul Devourer clan. However, he really found traces of the Soul Devourer clan modifying the formation in the 5 inner peak. He was telling the truth at least half of what he said. The 5 peak masters of the 5 inner peaks vomited blood. Chu Yang's words were too vicious. Not only did he insinuate that they were cuckolded, he even happily raised the sons of others. The king asked me to patrol the mountain. The 10 outer peaks were not spared either. They were all revealed, and the entire 5 elements sect shone brightly. The more dazzling the light was, the more intense and deep the mockery and humiliation of the 5 elements sect. The 15 peak masters were completely enraged. They chased after Chu Yang crazily. When Chu Yang was about to return to the prison from the Divine Command Peak's formation, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Don't go back to the Dragon Torture Arena. Otherwise, your identity will be exposed immediately. Chapter 465. Previously, when Chu Yang was cursing the 5 elements' old ancestor, the entire 5 elements sect was shaken. Many powerful consciousnesses had descended upon the prison. Chu Yang had escaped into the formation seal space, and they had not discovered him. If he were to return to the prison, now, wouldn't he be confessing without being pressed? Also, there was an irreparable loophole. It was the goat that followed the clouds and sent him to the prison. The goat did not realize it now, but once he calmed down and tracked down the identity of, "I'm the most handsome," the goat would definitely discover it. It's over, it's over. Chu Yang could only pin his hopes on this voice. It was the voice of the Grand Elder. Chu Yang speculated that the so-called Dragon Torture Platform should be the prison that he mentioned. Don't worry. I changed the route halfway and sent you to the Dragon Torture Platform. The Grand Elder obviously knew Chu Yang's worries. His words made Chu Yang's tense heartstrings relax. He could not respond and could only wait for the Grand Elder's instructions. Don't neglect your cultivation of the Mahamayuri Sutra. I hope you can cultivate the 5-colored Buddha and display the 5-colored Buddha light. Mahamayuri Sutra. 5-colored Buddha, 5-colored Buddha light. Chu Yang's heart jolted again. The Grand Elder was obviously reminding him that the Mahamayuri Sutra was extraordinary. He had indeed neglected his cultivation of the Mahamayuri Sutra recently. Also, remember not to let anyone discover Elder Peacock's celestial globe. Elder Peacock's last sentence resolved many of Chu Yang's doubt. The key was Elder Peacock's point. Both the Mahamayuri Sutra and the celestial globe belonged to Elder Peacock. As he cultivated the Mahamayuri Sutra, he sensed the abnormality in the dilapidated Buddha statue and killed it to obtain the celestial globe millstone. Elder Peacock should be a supreme existence in the 5 Elements sect. That was why the Grand Elder knew everything clearly. Swish! The Grand Elder's soul transmission only took a short while. During this time, Chu Yang quickly found the place where the disciples were facing the wall on the Divine Command Peak through the protective formation of the 5 Elements sect. He directly teleported there. Of course, there was no one. If there was someone, Chu Yang would not appear so easily. And this was the real cliff face peak. Dangerous cliffs towered up, jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, a deathly stillness. There was not even a single tree growing here. Only the whistling of the wind. Ha, Lil Guai, this is much better than that damned place. Chu Yang laughed heartily. He was completely relieved. The higher-ups of the 5 Elements sect could only scratch blindly now. They couldn't find him. Even though they had a body full of strength, they could only punch the air, and they were about to suffer internal injuries from suffocating. Yeah, Lil Guai agreed. Compared to the cramped space of the dragon torturing platform, although this place was extremely desolate, it was still a paradise. In this damned place, I can only cultivate. Chu Yang glanced around. When he turned back and saw that Lil Guai was already having a lot of fun, he immediately roared angrily, Lil Guai, why aren't you cultivating? You swallowed so much 5 Elements divine liquid, but your cultivation didn't increase at all. Lil Guai was very strange. Originally, when it absorbed the Thunder Tribulation liquid, its cultivation soared. But after absorbing so much 5 Elements divine liquid, it only increased to the 6th level of the ascending soul realm. Yeah. Lil Guai was not convinced. Its little paw pointed at Chu Yang. You only increased by 2 levels. What right do you have to scold me? Aya, you still have a temper now. Chu Yang glared at it. Hurry up and go cultivate. Otherwise, when I use you to cultivate, don't cry. This little thing couldn't just be a Hello Kitty. Chu Yang planned to increase its battle strength. Yeah. Lil Guai became excited. Its little paw clenched into a fist, looking eager to try. Lil Guai, is there something wrong with your brain? You're happy when you're being tortured. When it's being tortured later, it won't be happy. Little Six and Little Black started to communicate with each other. They both agreed that fighting with a monster like Chu Yang was definitely a kind of tragedy. It would make people doubt their life. Little Guai doubted its life, and Little Guai doubted its good nature. Yeah. Lil Guai shouted and waved its little fist at Little Six and Little Black. It was very dissatisfied. It felt that it was being underestimated. Okay. Lil Guai, you're amazing. We were wrong, okay? The 2 monkeys didn't have any temper with it. They could only talk to it nicely. In short, this little thing was very naive. Even their boss couldn't do anything about its naivety. He didn't dare to bring it along when doing bad things. Then, Chu Yang reached out and pointed. He passed all the 5 Elements steps, 5 Elements sword technique, 5 Elements palm print, and 5 Elements circulation scripture to Lil Guai. Lil Guai immediately quieted down and started cultivating. Suddenly, its body shone with 5-colored light. All the 5 Elements cultivation methods were performed in the blink of an eye. First was the 5 Elements circulation scripture. It didn't have the 5 Elements circulation heavenly ring, but it immediately constructed the 5 Elements circulation scripture. Its body immediately showed the five elements aura like the five elements divine sun. It was a kind of perfect five elements circulation aura. Chapter 466. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Five colored shadows flashed as Lil Thing instantly comprehended the five elements traversing step. True essence surged under its claws, and five colored clouds appeared on each of them. As it moved, it seemed to be riding on the clouds. Every movement was like a teleportation formation. It was extremely fast, and the five colored figures seemed to be distorted by time and space. There were many afterimages, and it was impossible to capture. As the five elements flowed, Lil Thing stepped from one to another, as if it was moving between two worlds. It was fast, elegant, and profound, as if it wanted to jump out of the three realms and five elements. Chu Yang was very surprised. He never thought that Lil Thing would be so shocking. It seemed to have been born with the five elements circulation sutra and the five elements traversing step. It seemed to have practiced them thousands of times. Everything was already deeply ingrained in its bones. It was as pure as fire and had reached perfection. The five elements traversing steps was shocking. He also didn't expect it. When it was used, it was like riding on the clouds. If it was combined with his path to heaven, wouldn't it really become a somersault cloud? Chu Yang couldn't help but try it out. His five elements' true essence flowed according to the five elements traversing step. Immediately, a five-colored cloud appeared under his feet. Then, he seemed to be swept into a current. Even if he didn't move, there was a force pushing him along with the current. This is the effect of the five elements circulation sutra. Pung! Chu Yang suddenly flashed like a flame. Then, he suddenly changed. His body was sometimes as light as a speck of dust, sometimes as heavy as a star. As he floated, he seemed to be moving through the void. In an instant, he crossed an extremely long distance. Just now I was in the fire element position, so my body exploded like fire. Then, I stepped into the earth element position, and the weight of the earth I comprehended was reflected in my movement technique. Whoosh! The five elements engendered each other. This time, Chu Yang stepped from the earth element position to the metal element position. In an instant, his entire body pierced through the void like a flying sword. Then, as if he had sneaked into the night with the wind, he silently flashed out. Following that, his body movement suddenly turned into numerous illusory shadows. It was as if the roots of a tree had taken root in the earth and pierced into the void. Water element position, wood element position, then fire element position, and so on. Chu Yang's movement technique was a little different from Lil Thing. It cried. After observing Chu Yang's formation, it used Chu Yang's movement technique like a shadow behind Chu Yang. But suddenly, it lost Chu Yang. Chu Yang was obviously going to the right, but when it followed him, it was shocked to find that Chu Yang was going to the left. And this situation continued. Calm, Chu Yang was Thing. Lil's transparent eyes. Lil's eyes as its transparent eyes. Lil eyes. Was Lil transparent? Lil. Lil Thing was quite powerful, but now it couldn't keep up with Chu Yang. After a while, it quieted down and stared at Chu Yang with its transparent eyes. Gradually, a diagram of five elements appeared in Lil Thing's eyes. Chu Yang was moving in such a diagram. There were three directions. The five elements direction of mutual generation, the five elements direction of mutual generation, and the five elements direction of mutual generation. The direction of mutual generation was like walking from the fire element position to the earth element position. Chu Yang's vital energy of the five elements suddenly weakened, and the distance he took became very small. The direction of mutual generation was like walking from the metal element position to the fire element position. He would go to the right and then to the left. The direction of mutual generation was like earth giving birth to metal. From the metal element position to the earth element position, Chu Yang's body seemed to have turned into a baby and returned to his mother's womb. It was as if time and space had been reversed. Appearing in his movement technique, it made people feel as if time and space had been disrupted. Fast but slow, big but small, fast and slow chaotic, big and small chaotic. The 5 elements disordered steps. Chu Yang felt that the 5 elements sex traversing steps could only allow him to traverse a large area. Flashing and moving in a small area was not enough, so he deduced and improved it. After Lil Guai understood, it immediately became Chu Yang's shadow. If Chu Yang went to the right, it would go to the right. If Chu Yang went to the left, it would go to the left. When the two were used at the same time, it looked even more chaotic and strange. The disordered feeling was even more obvious. It was completely impossible to capture the two figures. These two monsters. Little Six and Little Black clearly knew that Lil Guai must be following Chu Yang. However, when their gazes fell on Lil Guai and tried their best to capture it, it seemed as if countless thin lines were constantly intertwining and twisting. In the end, it became a mess. They felt as if they were hallucinating and their minds were about to be messed up. They even felt dizzy. This feeling was very uncomfortable. When Chu Yang was deducing the 5 elements disordered steps, the higher-ups of the 5 elements sect had been chasing after Chu Yang. However, in the end, they had checked the entire 5 elements sect's protective mountain array. Not even a shadow was found. If we don't get rid of this traitor, how can the 5 elements sect maintain its prestige? That's right. No matter what, we must find him and kill him as an example to others. However, how could they find I'm the most handsome? Whether it was the 5 peak masters of the 5 inner peaks or the 10 peak masters of the 10 outer peaks, they were all at a loss. I'm the most handsome has repeatedly mentioned that disciple called Chu Yang. The two should be related. I suggest that we try to start from there and interrogate him. Chapter 467. The word get was very simple, but the fire element peak master and the rest would definitely do anything to obtain the whereabouts of the most handsome man. If that was the case, it was obvious what Chu Yang was going to suffer. If Chu Yang knew the whereabouts of the most handsome man, he would definitely not be able to escape death even if he told the truth. He might even be executed for treason. If he didn't know, he would die even more miserably. With the fire element peak master's current realm, he had too many methods to interrogate someone. With all kinds of torture methods, even if Chu Yang didn't die, he would become a cripple. This wasn't Sui Yunfu's groundless worry, but a precedent. A few decades ago, the Thousand Devil sect infiltrated the 5 Element sect and stole their secret technique. At that time, the entire 5 Element sect was furious, but there was no trace of them. In the end, they interrogated a 5 Element sect disciple, and this was the result. In addition, there were already many people who wanted to kill Chu Yang, and because Chu Yang was the younger brother of the unparalleled saint, there were definitely many people in the 5 Element sect who wanted to kill Chu Yang. For example, the 5 Element sect's godchild, who was qualified to stand with them, had an old grudge with the unparalleled saint, Chu Fei. The matter was very simple. The 5 Element godchild wanted Chu Fei to be his dog, but Chu Fei didn't do it. In the end, it was very unpleasant. Sui Yunfu even believed that the Fire Element Peak Master was using Chu Yang to show his loyalty to the 5 Element godchild. The 5 Element godchild was already in the 6th level of the Soul Reincarnation realm. The Peak Masters of the Outer 10 Peaks were mostly in the 3rd or 4th level of the Soul Reincarnation realm, while the 5 Peak Masters of the Inner 5 Peaks were mostly in the 5th or 6th level of the Soul Reincarnation realm. It could be said that there weren't many in the sect who were stronger than the 5 Element godchild. The 5 Element godchild wasn't just qualified to stand with them. It could be said that he was second only to the five-element sect master. Sui Yunfu's pupils shrank as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. After he recovered from his shock, he said, "Just because of a joke from the most handsome man, you want to treat the lives of the sect's disciples as a joke? Brother Sui, your words are too much. I'm just interrogating him. How could there be any danger to his life?" The Fire Element Peak Master easily turned Sui Yunfu's accusation into nothingness. The other peak lords of the outer and inner peaks all had various expressions on their faces. Of course, they knew that something fishy was going on. "Are you just going to interrogate me?" Sui Yunfu sneered and directly called out his name. "Song Yongyan, you seem to have said the same thing a few decades ago, but what happened in the end?" The Fire Element Peak Lord Song Yongyan's expression changed and turned extremely ugly. At that time, many people were pointing fingers at him behind his back. "Sui Yunfu, please mind your identity and tone." Song Yongyan was the peak master of the inner peak. His status was indeed higher than Sui Yunfu's, and his cultivation was also higher than Sui Yunfu's. Song Yongyan was already a little angry from embarrassment. Sui Yunfu's eyes narrowed again, but he felt helpless. He glanced at Long Feisai and Du Guangbua from the corner of his eyes. At this moment, both of them had angry looks on their faces. "Chu Yang is very famous now. If something happens, I'm afraid it won't be good for our sect." Long Feisai spoke. His tone wasn't very good, but it wasn't the case. What did he mean by very famous? What did he mean by "it won't be good for our sect"? It was indeed bad, and even very bad. The Soul Devourer clan had just come to slap Chu Yang in the face, and wanted to kill him. If Chu Yang still died in the end, how would the disciples of the Five Elements sect react? And was Song Yongyan also a dog of the Soul Devourer clan? Was he a spy of the Soul Devourer clan? This Chu Yang is definitely a genius, but that's not the important point. The important point is that he's a new disciple. Du Guangbua also spoke. His words were very interesting. New disciples who had just entered the Five Elements sect didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the sect. If something like this happened, don't expect the new disciples to have a good impression of the Five Elements sect, let alone a sense of belonging. Don't expect them to revere you. Chapter 468. Apart from the two of them, no one else spoke. It wasn't that they didn't dare to offend the Fire Element Peak Master, but they didn't want to offend the Five Elements Divine Son. Perhaps this was what the Five Elements Divine Son wanted. He wanted to kill the Peerless Saint's brother. "Don't worry about that," Song Yongyan said. "I'll just search his soul. If he's innocent and cooperates with me, he'll be fine. If he's guilty, then it's only natural that he'll become a fool." Soul search. Sui Yunfu squinted his eyes. If he wasn't careful, his soul would be damaged and he would become a fool. Especially since Chu Yang could resist the soul pressure of an ascending soul realm cultivator at the Chi soul realm. His soul must be extremely powerful. In that case, even if Chu Yang cooperated with him, his soul would automatically resist the invasion. It was extremely dangerous. It could be said that the more powerful one's soul was, the more dangerous the soul search would be. It would be fine if Chu Yang was just an ordinary person. With Song Yongyan's cultivation, there was almost no danger in searching his soul. Song Yongyan was obviously targeting Chu Yang on purpose. Who in the Five Elements sect didn't know about Chu Yang's astonishing abilities? Song Yongyan is determined to kill Chu Yang. Sui Yunfu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He only said 3 words. "I don't agree. I don't agree either. I don't agree either." Only Long Feige and Du Guangbua supported Sui Yunfu. The rest, be it the outer peak masters or inner peak masters, didn't say anything. "Sui Yunfu, since you don't agree, let's see what everyone thinks." Song Yongyan sneered and said, "I'm the most handsome. I must kill this traitor. I won't let go of any clues. I intend to interrogate Chu Yang from the Divine Command Peak. Anyone who disagrees can speak up. No one said anything. Sui Yunfu felt sad. Stop talking nonsense. I'm the most handsome, so I must die. The Five Elements' divine child's face was cold. He didn't have much respect for the peak masters present. He said coldly, "He's just a disciple of the Divine Command Peak. So what if he's dead? If something happens, I will report it to the sect master myself. Sui Yunfu, I order you to immediately bring us over to interrogate that so-called Chu Yang." Chu Yang was just a core disciple of the Five Elements sect, so why would the Five Elements' divine son care about his life or death? Arrogant, domineering, and arbitrary. He was cold-blooded and callous. Sui Yunfu was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Humph! The divine child of Five Elements snorted coldly. In an instant, some peak masters felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their entire body trembled. Then, he glanced at Sui Yunfu coldly, his eyes extremely cold. Sui Yunfu, you can have your opinions, but I hope you can carry out my orders. Do you understand? The Five Elements' divine child released an extremely cold aura around him. It was as if he had brought everyone into an ice cave. The thick murderous intent was also released. They could faintly see a trace of blood and hear the screams and wails of people before they died. Sui Yunfu was furious and wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Du Guanghua and Long Feast. Song Yongyan looked at Sui Yunfu's furious expression and sneered in his heart. Idiot! The divine child wants to kill people, and you can stop him. You really don't have any eyesight. The others had different feelings. In general, the divine child of Five Elements' arrogance made them unhappy, even if they weren't angry. And Chu Yang's fate was decided. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 469. Divine Command Peak Wall Facing Peak. Chu Yang knew nothing about the decision of the Five Elements sect's higher-up. After he had fully deduced the Five Elements' chaotic steps, he began to cultivate the Mahamayuri scripture. Om. Yuluo Emperor Jilin Seoha. Chu Yang chanted the mantra as the true core energy in his body surged and circulated according to the Mahamayuri scripture's meridian route. A large Buddha appeared in his sea of chi and sat on a peacock. The peacock spread its wings and flew. The large Buddha also chanted the mantra and its voice came from Chu Yang's body. Om. Yuluo Emperor Jilin Seoha. 1. As the large Buddha moved, Chu Yang's true core energy surged out from his double rib steps and quickly formed arms. At first, the arms were still a little blurry. However, as the Gang Qi and true core energy circulated in Chu Yang's body became more complex and mysterious, the arms became more solid. As if they were solid, the meridians, blood vessels, and even the bones could be seen clearly in the arms. He could even see the periosteum on the surface of the bones. 1. Streams of true core energy gushed out from his body and formed arms. There were a total of 8 arms. In addition to Chu Yang's own arms, there were a total of 10 arms. Then, a 5-colored lotus seat gradually appeared under him and lifted his body. It's surprisingly smooth. It seems that after my cultivation level has increased, it's easy to form these 8 arms. I should be able to construct the Mahamayuri scripture Dharma form now. Chu Yang used to find it difficult to form 8 arms with his true core energy. However, now he could form them immediately with just a thought. Let's try and we'll know. Boom. The moment Chu Yang tried to construct the Mahamayuri scripture Dharma form, his true core energy surged out violently and his body shook violently. At the same time, not only was his true core energy consumed rapidly, but so was his mind power. In an instant, he felt that his mind power was like a vast ocean that was being drained in an instant. At this moment, He felt that his essence, chi, and spirit were being drawn out, as if his divine soul had left his body. Immediately, in his spiritual world, due to the lack of mind power, his head started to ache slightly. This was a reaction caused by the excessive mind power consumption. Tsk. Mou luo ji lan di sa soha? Accompanied by Buddhist chants, a peacock appeared. It opened its 5-colored peacock tail, which was extremely beautiful. Then, a large Buddha appeared. He was wearing a white robe, a crown on his head, a jade necklace, earrings, bracelets, all kinds of dignified things. He was sitting cross-legged on the peacock. The peacock spread its tail, as if it was forming a 5-colored divine ring. He had a merciful appearance, and had 4 arms. The first hand on his right hand was holding the blossoming lotus, the second hand was holding the all-destined fruit, the left hand was holding the auspicious fruit, and the second hand was holding 3 or 5 peacock tails. This gigantic Buddha shone brightly with 5-colored Buddha radiance. Solemn chanting of sutras could be heard coming from the boundless 5-colored light. It was resplendent, majestic, solemn, and awe-inspiring. Chu Yang had succeeded. He had successfully constructed Mahamayuri's Dharma form. However, this was Mahamayuri's benevolent and peaceful appearance. When he was angry, he had 3 faces and 8 arms. Chu Yang still could not construct it. So, the reason why I couldn't construct Mahamayuri's arms was because my mind power was insufficient. Chu Yang realized that his mind power was still insufficient. It seemed like he was only a little bit away from forming Mahamayuri's 3 faces and 8 arms Dharma form when Mahamayuri was angry. However, this little bit of mind power would require a lot of mind power, The slightest difference could lead to a huge difference. Let's talk about this later. The consumption of mind power is too great. I have to recover my mind power immediately. Boom. Mahamayuri's Dharma form dispersed in an instant. In Chu Yang's spiritual world, the 5 elements cycle immediately formed. His mind power entered the cycle and rapidly recovered. At the same time, Chu Yang also started to form seals. Sometimes, a spiritual bead would appear in his hand like the rising sun. Sometimes, a treasure vase would appear. Sometimes, a lotus would bloom. Sometimes, a lion would appear. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 470. The newcomers were naturally Song Yangyen, the 5 elements divine child, and the rest of the peak masters from the outer and inner peak. When they saw the seals in Chu Yang's hands, they immediately blurted out in surprise. Mahamayuri Sutra. These are the seals in the Mahamayuri Sutra. Spiritual Pearl Seal. Aquarius Seal. Lion Seal. Lotus Seal. They checked each of the seals one by one and finally confirmed that there was no mistake. These were indeed the seals in the Mahamayuri scripture, and they were guaranteed to be authentic. He's from the Grand Elder's faction. Every one of them was extremely shocked. Even the 5 elements divine child's pupils shrank at this moment. Sui Yunfu, Long Fij, and Du Guangbo were instantly overjoyed. If Chu Yang was from the Grand Elder's faction, then Chu Yang was not an ordinary 5 elements sect disciple. If Song Yangyen and the 5 elements divine child wanted to touch him, they would have to consider carefully. The Grand Elder's faction was actually very simple. There were actually 2 founders of the 5 elements sect. One of them was the 5 elements patriarch, and the other was the Peacock Grand Elder. The Peacock Grand Elder was the first Grand Elder of the 5 elements sect and was a close friend of the 5 elements patriarch. However, the Peacock Grand Elder was an eminent monk and did not like miscellaneous and mundane matters. Therefore, he did not care about the affairs of the 5 elements sect and only treated the 5 elements sect as a temporary residence. However, in the end, under the insistence of the 5 elements patriarch, the Peacock Grand Elder became the first Grand Elder of the 5 elements sect. As a result, the Grand Elder had a supreme position in the Five Elements sect. The adjudicating elder was used to restrict the sect master of the Five Elements sect. However, if the two parties could not reach a consensus, the Grand Elder would be the one to make the final judgment and resolve the conflict. When the Five Elements sect was not in danger, the Supreme Elders would basically not appear. They would also absolutely not intervene. The Coiling Dragon Martial Institution was actually established by the Grand Elder of the Five Elements sect. Although the institution had always been weak, the Five Elements sect had never dared to abolish it. Chu Yang came from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, so it was not surprising that he obtained the Mahamayuri Sutra. However, everyone present was extremely surprised that Chu Yang was from the Grand Elder's faction. Sui Yunfu could not help but sneered in his heart. Chu Yang is from the Grand Elder's faction. I'd like to see if you have the guts to kill him. He glanced around and realized that the Fire Element Peak Master, Song Yongyan, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The other Peak Masters also had interesting expressions on their faces. Originally, they thought that Chu Yang was just a disciple of the Five Elements sect, and that it wouldn't matter if he died. Who would have thought that there would be such a sudden turn of events? Unexpected, truly unexpected. Clang, 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 clang. Suddenly, the crisscrossing sound of true essences was heard. When they looked over, they saw that Chu Yang's true essence had formed 8 arms after he recovered some of his true essence. He formed the Lotus Seal, Spirit Pearl Seal, Aquarius Seal, Lion Seal, and many other seals simultaneously. Chu Yang's seals suddenly changed. His 8 arms moved at the same time, forming a single seal. In an instant, his fingertips drew a mysterious trajectory, and lotuses bloomed in Chu Yang's 8 arms. The 8 arms formed the Lotus Seal at the same time. His cultivation speed was almost 4 times faster than before. After that, his 8 arms formed the Spirit Pearl Seal. A faint sun rose in his body, and the space between his eyebrows became extremely bright. Then came the Lion Seal, Aquarius Seal. This made Song Yongyan and the Five Elements Divine Sun's faces turn even uglier. Chu Yang clearly had a deep understanding of the Mahamayuri Sutra. This Mahamayuri Sutra was an extremely powerful cultivation technique, and also a kind of divine ability. The 3 sides of one's body were also a kind of divine ability, allowing one to observe all directions. One could even cultivate the heaven's eye and earth's eye. This meant that Chu Yang was from the Grand Elder's faction. He was definitely not a dispensable character. Humph! After the Five Elements Divine Sun was slightly surprised, he snorted coldly. His expression was arrogant, and he looked at Chu Yang with contempt. His meaning was obvious. So what if he was from the Grand Elder's faction? If he wanted him dead, he would still die. Chapter 471. The Five Elements Divine Child's pressure was like a landslide. Huge rocks rolled down like a river, crushing towards Chu Yang, accompanied by the Five Elements Divine Child's soul pressure. At that moment, Chu Yang was forming the Lion Seal. In his spiritual world, there seemed to be a lion lazily basking in the sun. Suddenly, the rocks rolled down, and the lion was instantly crushed into a meat patty. Boom! Chu Yang's entire spiritual world shook. His entire spiritual world was about to collapse and shatter. The space between his eyebrows seemed to be bursting open. His entire body suddenly trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted. The genius martial soul and the fool martial soul were like 2 towering mountains. When the rolling rocks rushed towards them, the terrain became higher. In addition to the towering mountains, they were not afraid of the impact of the rolling rocks at all. Chu Yang was finally able to resist this terrifying spiritual coercion. However, this attack had still injured his spirit. It was as if he had been ruthlessly stabbed with a knife. Blood was flowing out of his body like a fountain. His brain was buzzing and he was in severe pain. His spiritual power was rapidly draining away. He was bleeding non-stop like a person who had been stabbed. Damn it! Chu Yang was furious. But when he activated his divine instinct, he instantly sensed the goat Sui Yun Fu, the sloppy Uncle Long Feast, and the five elements divine child who had been knocked down by him with a brick. His heart trembled. Chu Yang did not recognize most of the others, but their auras were like mountains and seas, majestic like the sun, the moon, and the stars. He knew that they must be the upper echelons of the five elements sect. This made his heart sink. The five elements divine child and the upper echelons of the five elements sect are all here. Did they discover me? That shouldn't be possible. He immediately denied it. He did not leave any traces behind, and the Great Supreme Elder was behind him. If there were any flaws, the Great Supreme Elder would have erased them long ago. In other words, they are at most suspicious of me. In an instant, Chu Yang had a clear judgment of the situation in front of him. He immediately sneered in a strange tone. Which hero is this? He has such noble character and unquestionable integrity to stab a sleeping person. His method is extremely brilliant. It is really admirable and admirable. As he spoke, he swept his gaze over and sneered. Can you tell me which hero has such noble and extraordinary means? So that I can pay my respects and express my admiration. In an instant, everyone was stunned and then shocked. Chu Yang actually called the five elements divine son despicable and lowly in front of them. No one could compare to him in terms of filth. However, logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with this. Chu Yang was cultivating just now, so there was no difference between suppressing him like this and slashing down on a sleeping person. Immediately, they were also shocked. If that was the case, Chu Yang should have been severely injured, or even dead. However, that was not the case. Chu Yang was injured, but it was not to a serious extent. Therefore, this was very shocking. The Great Supreme Elder's branch is indeed extraordinary. Although the Divine Child did not use much of his suppressive force, under such circumstances, he is definitely extraordinary to be able to withstand it. All the Peak Masters were extremely shocked. Even the five elements God's Son was stunned at this moment. Under his attack, Chu Yang should have at least been rolling on the ground with his head in his hands. Just now, he did try to kill. How dare you? The fire element Peak Master, Song Yangyan, stood out and scolded angrily. He was very loyal to the five elements God's Son. As soon as the five elements God's Son was provoked, he immediately jumped out. Which bastard are you? As soon as Chu Yang said that, Sui Yunfu, Long Face Eye, and Du Guangbua's hearts suddenly jumped out of their chests. This is bad. Chapter 472. None of the five elements sect disciples dared to call Song Yangyan a mongrel to his face. You're courting death. Blood rushed to Song Yangyan's face. A mere core disciple of the five elements sect who was only at the 6th or 7th tier of the Chi Soul realm dared to call him a mongrel in front of everyone. Where was his prestige? Humiliation. A great humiliation. Boom. Song Yangyan immediately took action. His spirit locked onto Chu Yang and his figure moved. Spiritual energy surged, and flames burst out from all over his body. Like an erupting volcano, he crushed toward Chu Yang. I called you a mongrel and you still have the cheek to object. Am I that close to you? Do I even know you? The moment we met, you gave me such a stink face and even scolded me. Your most basic manners were eaten by dogs. You really didn't have a father to teach you. The five elements sect's upper echelon couldn't help but be shocked. Chu Yang's mouth was vicious, but he was still reasonable. He didn't know Song Yangyan, so why should he respect him? He was ambushed and felt like he was stabbed with a knife. How could he not be angry? What's wrong with calling you a mongrel? The Emperor was visiting incognito. The people didn't know his identity, so it wasn't wrong to disrespect him. While they were still in shock, Chu Yang's figure moved with a swoosh, and he actually broke free from Song Yangyan's spiritual lock. Then, like a prison, the prisoners in the prison started to riot, and one after another, they all escaped from the prison. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared, densely packed. Furthermore, these hundreds of figures were split into at most 10 phantoms. That wasn't all. These thousands of Chu Yang fled in all directions. As they moved forward and then moved backward. They moved west and then moved east. It was a mess. There was no distinction between front, back, left, right, east, west, north, and south. It even vaguely gave people a feeling of space and time being disrupted. Shocking, it was really shocking. Not only did he break away from Song Yangyan's mind lock, his movement technique could be said to be amazing and peerless. Chu Yang's first move was to use incense elephant crossing the river, which cut off the flow of movement and all will. He directly cut off Song Yangyan's mind lock. Then, he stepped out with the 5 elements disordered step. At the same time, he released phantoms. In a short period of time, he displayed his movement technique to the extreme. Boom! Song Yangyan's attack completely missed. The spot where Chu Yang was originally at seemed to have been submerged in magma. All the dust that was stirred up seemed to be magma from a volcanic eruption. Flames raged there, crackling and popping as they burned. The ground was completely red from the heat, as if it was a giant piece of red-hot iron. Mongrel, did I say anything wrong? I don't know you, so why should I respect you? Song Yangyan's face was boiling hot. He had made a fool of himself and was unable to reason with Chu Yang even though he had used his fists. This was very embarrassing. As the Fire Element Peak's Peak Master, he actually disregarded his status and attacked a disciple of the 5 Element sect. Such an outcome, how would his peers view him? How would the disciples of the 5 Element sect view him if news of this were to spread out? However, he was still being provoked. He was still being called a bastard. How dare you? At this moment, Sui Yunfu spoke and angrily rebuked Chu Yang. This is the Fire Element Peak's Peak Master, Song Yangyan. Peak Master Song, you didn't know him before. If you continue to be impudent, I won't let you off. In other words, the one who didn't know was innocent just now. Song Yangyan deserved to be called a bastard. Who asked Song Yangyan to not be famous? Not everyone knew who he was. Sui Yunfu's introduction of Chu Yang was like a sword piercing through Song Yangyan's heart. Long Fij and Du Guangbua snickered in their hearts. Song Yangyan's attack had failed. If he attacked again, it would be too much. This was especially so in front of the Peak Masters. The two were also shocked. This Chu Yang was indeed extraordinary. To be precise, he was extremely shocking. 5 elements true energy. 5 elements cycle. The sudden voice broke everything. The 5 elements sect's upper echelon's gaze immediately fell on Chu Yang. At this moment, there was a 5-colored cloud under Chu Yang's feet. 5 elements true energy flowed and circulated, forming a perfect 5 elements cycle. If this wasn't 5 elements true energy, then what was it? If this wasn't the 5 elements cycle, then what was it? Chu Yang's true energy was actually the most basic 9 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. He could control his 5 elements true energy so freely. Chapter 473. A 5 elements divine child with amazing talent. Even when the 5 elements divine child was in the 6th or 7th tier of the Chi Soul realm, he was not as amazing as Chu Yang just now. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Chu Yang was another 5 elements divine child who was growing. Chu Yang also had another identity, which was that he was a disciple of the Grand Supreme Elder. In other words, in order to please the 5 elements divine child, the future sect master, Song Yongyan had offended the combination of the Grand Supreme Elder and the sect master. Song Yongyan's eyelids suddenly twitched. The 5 elements sect's eyelids could not help but twitch. The 5 elements divine child's eyelids did not twitch, but the murderous intent in his heart was surging like a lurking poisonous snake that was about to pounce and bite. He felt the pressure, which he regarded as the proof of his pride. He also had the 9 basic vital essences, and he felt the challenge of stepping on this path. Chu Yang had also stepped into the 5 elements' secret arts, which he regarded as a forbidden art. He was no longer the only one. So it's Fire Element Peak's Peak Master Song. Sorry for the disrespect. If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have dared to call you a mongrel. Chu Yang spoke as if he and Song Yongyan were of the same generation, and he still did not stop calling him a mongrel. However, Chu Yang now had the qualifications to do so. Just now, he did not manage to dodge Song Yongyan's attack, so there was no need to say anything. But now that he dodged it, it was different. How dare you? Sui Yunfu's mouth was almost crooked from laughing, but he scolded Chu Yang angrily. Since you know he's Fire Element Peak's Peak Master Song, how dare you call him a mongrel? He also scolded Song Yongyan, which almost made Song Yongyan go berserk. Ignorance is bliss. Chu Yang was not a fool. Following the path opened by Sui Yunfu, he bowed to Song Yongyan and said apologetically, Peak Master Song, you're a magnanimous person. You can hold a boat in your stomach and run a horse in your arms. Just take it that I let out a dog fart. He scolded you and then apologized to you? This was definitely not an apology, but he cut Song Yongyan with a knife and asked if it hurt. Awesome. But naturally this could only be understood. You wouldn't be able to find any weakness in Chu Yang's apology. Everything he said and did was tenable. In any case, Chu Yang appeared to be respectful to Song Yongyan on the surface and had also apologized. If Song Yongyan flared up again, the level of the conflict would appear to be too low and people would look down on him. His temperament doesn't seem to be inferior to his talent in martial arts. Many of the 5 element sect's upper echelons could not help but feel shocked. Song Yongyan was so frustrated that he almost died. Humph! A cold snort suddenly exploded in everyone's ears, startling all the higher-ups of the 5 elements sect. It was the 5 elements god. At this moment, the 5 elements divine child's face was as cold as ice. His eyes were as cold as swords, and his voice was as cold as ice. He stared at Chu Yang like a ferocious tiger. What a sharp tongue! On the surface, you are respectful, but in your heart, you are disloyal, unfilial, and disgraceful. The 5 elements sect cannot keep a scourge like you. He wanted to kill Chu Yang. Everyone's heart couldn't help but jump. Which bastard are you? There was a buzzing sound, and everyone present was shocked again. At this time, Chu Yang once again used incense elephant crossing the river to cut off the flow and cut off the 5 elements divine prince's mental lock, breaking free from the mental oppression. Then, he pointed at the 5 elements divine prince. How dare a random person from the 5 elements sect boast so shamelessly and show off so wantonly? Chu Yang, how dare you? Sui Yunfu's heart was about to jump out of his throat. Chu Yang was too bold, but his reaction was also very fast. This is the 5 elements divine prince of our 5 elements sect. From now on, you must remember and never forget him. This trick again. Those who don't know are innocent. Sui Yunfu jumped out again. Chapter 474. In the end, the 5 elements divine child held himself back, but, as for Chu Yang, he would not tolerate it. As for Chu Yang, he had plenty of ways to deal with him. Since you know who I am, and he, Kneel down and salute me. Kneel down? Who do you think you are? You were knocked down by my brick. What are you showing off for? If it weren't for my good intentions, you would already be a dead man. That brick was very wise. If I hadn't taken advantage of you beforehand, I'm afraid I would have exploded in anger. Chu Yang's expression was cynical. Is there a rule in the Five Elements sect that states that we have to kneel down when we see you? Also, when you go out for a walk, does the Soul Devourer clan have to kneel down and kowtow to you when they see you? Of course, the Five Elements sect did not have such a rule. You don't have the ability to make the Soul Devourer clan kneel down, but you only know how to bully others. How capable are you, Five Elements Divine Child? It was a sharp counterattack. If it were in the past, Chu Yang's second accusation would have been nothing, but it was different now. Now, the Five Elements sect was in an uproar because of the Soul Devourer clan. He was really sharp-tongued. All the Peak Masters couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Chu Yang's reasoning was still sound even until now. Humph! The Five Elements Divine Child was secretly angry. He snorted and said in an extremely cold voice, "If I tell you to kneel, you have to kneel." The Five Elements Divine Child immediately became arrogant. Duh! He took a step in the void, and circles of ripples suddenly appeared in the void. The shadow of a visible light shroud enveloped Chu Yang. In an instant, Chu Yang felt like he was a prisoner who had been taken into prison. His hands and feet were all tied up, as if he was wearing handcuffs and shackles. His body was also very heavy, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. The bones all over his body creaked, and the ground under his feet seemed to have turned into a piece of tofu. His entire body sank into the ground and disappeared. Eh! The Peak Lords could not help but exclaim in surprise. The Five Elements Divine Child released his domain to suppress Chu Yang, but as soon as the domain was released, it was unable to cover the ground. Chu Yang took advantage of an opening and escaped into the ground. 1. The ground where Chu Yang stood sank visibly. The Five-Element Divine Child seemed to want to crush Chu Yang to death, but it was too late. Chu Yang burrowed into the ground and immediately traveled a great distance, escaping the range of the domain. Then, he exploded from the ground and shot up into the sky. He pointed at the Five Elements God again. "You must be the despicable person who ambushed me just now." With that, Chu Yang said to the Fire Element Peak Lord, Song Yangyan, Peak Lord Song, "Nothing can be accomplished without rules." Although the Five-Element Divine Child has a respected status, he is cruel and merciless. Killing is his second nature, and he kills everyone he sees. If such behavior is not severely punished, it will have a negative impact. I hope that Peak Lord Song will punish him severely for the sake of the Five Elements sect's prosperity, as a warning to others. It was the same principle again. If Chu Yang couldn't escape, then he was nothing. So, he couldn't say these words at all. Yeah. Xiao Guai also jumped out at this time to criticize the Five-Element Divine Child. Chu Yang was afraid that it would lose control, so he immediately transmitted his consciousness and said fiercely, "Xiao Guai, get out of here. Just watch from the side and don't interfere." Whoosh! Before the Five-Element Divine Child and the others' gazes fell on Xiao Guai, it had already escaped far away. Chu Yang had never reprimanded it so severely before. This was just a small interlude. The Five-Element Divine Child did not care about a small beast at all. Chu Yang had completely enraged him. "You dare to talk nonsense again?" 1. The Five-Element Divine Child's domain was completely released, covering Chu Yang. This time, Chu Yang could not escape. Bang! The Five-Element Divine Child took a step and appeared in front of Chu Yang in an instant. He ruthlessly stomped Chu Yang to the ground. His body was stomped so hard that his head was tilted up like a drawn bow. His internal organs were in great pain, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! The ground shook. When they looked again, the five-element divine child was standing on Chu Yang's chest, looking down at him with a cold gaze as if he was looking at a dead man. I told you to kneel, so you have to kneel. If you don't, you will die. He was about to use force when Chu Yang laughed. Haha, who do you think you are? Chu Yang mocked. Do you dare to kill me? 1. Chapter 475. Do you dare to kill me? What reliance? Supreme Elder! Song Yongyan and the others thought of the supreme figure of the five elements sect almost at the same time. Divine Son, don't be impulsive. Divine Son, this person is treacherous. Naturally, the sect rules will punish him severely. 2 people exclaimed. One of them was the fire element peak lord, Song Yongyan, and the other was the water element peak lord, Lu Tianrui. At this moment, it was obvious which side they were on. These two had completely sided with the five elements divine son. Is your reliance the supreme elder? Who do you think you are? So what if I kill you? After the five elements divine child was interrupted by Song Yongyan and Lu Tianrui, he was about to make another move. However, at this moment, there was a buzzing sound as a huge wave came from the direction of the five elements palace, causing the five elements divine child's expression to change greatly. The sect master was warning him, no. The sect master was on guard, or to prevent him from being killed in one blow. Why? It could only mean that the Supreme Elder wanted to kill him. Damn it. The five elements divine son never thought that the Supreme Elder would value Chu Yang so much. Not to mention killing Chu Yang, perhaps the moment he was about to attack would be the moment he died. Old fart, I'll bear with it for now. When I break through to the 9th level of the soul wheel realm and merge my 7 spirits into one, I'll kill you first. While the five elements divine son was hesitating, Chu Yang sneered and said, Do you know how powerful I am now? How audacious! Chu Yang was still provoking him at this moment? The eyes of the five elements sect's upper echelons shook. Bang! The five elements divine child was furious and kicked Chu Yang away. Chu Yang felt as if his internal organs were about to shatter, and his body seemed to have been kicked into 2 halves by the demon, but he was still laughing. Do you feel threatened? Are you jealous? You think you're noble, but you suddenly realize that I'm more noble than you, right? The Grand Supreme Elder's line and the Five Elements Sect Master's line were all gathered around Chu Yang. If one were to say that the Five Elements deity was noble, then Chu Yang was indeed more noble than the Five Elements deity. After Chu Yang stabbed the Five Elements divine child in the heart, he sneered coldly, What are you pretending to be? You're always putting on a stink face, doing whatever you want, and helping others do evil. Do you think you're the only one who's capable and noble? Kaka. The Five Elements divine child was grinding his teeth so hard that they made cracking noises. One could only imagine how furious he was. This made the higher-ups of the Five Elements sect even more shocked. Who could make the divine child so angry? Noble people are usually the most cultured people. From this point of view, you are not noble. You are not destined to be noble. You are just a street scoundrel waving a murderous knife. The five-element divine child stepped on Chu Yang's body, while Chu Yang stomped the five-element divine child's soul into the ground. However, the five-element divine child, a street scoundrel, couldn't do anything. He was truly a street bully who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He had lost all face. Shwa. 2 five-colored rays shot out from the five-element divine child's eyes and shot towards Chu Yang like 2 five-colored arrows. You're acting like a scoundrel in the street. You're trying to be fierce and your eyes are very sharp. But who are you trying to scare? Every sentence was ear-piercing and heart-rending. Sui Yunfu's heart was raised. Chu Yang was simply too undisciplined and out of control. Shio, shio, shio. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Chapter 476. The Five Elements Divine Child didn't seem to be doing anything. They didn't know the details, but everyone could feel that there was a demon inside the Five Elements Divine Child that was about to break out of the seal. Could turn the world upside down and destroy everything. Slap. Chu Yang was sent flying by the Five Elements Divine Child's five-colored hand. Let's see how sharp your tongue is. Slap. Chu Yang's face received another slap and his ears buzzed. The crisp sound of slaps rang out continuously. His face swelled up and became transparent. In front of everyone, the Five Elements Divine Child slapped Chu Yang so hard that he almost bled from his 7 orifices. Every slap was like a knife carving into Chu Yang's bones. It was unforgettable. The atmosphere at the scene made many of the Five Elements sect disciples who had rushed over hold their breath. The one-armed saint narrowed his eyes. The Five Elements Divine Child didn't dare to kill Chu Yang. That alone was shocking. Chao Ju's face turned cold. Although he didn't have a brotherly relationship with Chu Yang, he was at least a friend. Naturally, he wouldn't be in a good mood when his friend was humiliated like that. The crisp sound of slapping finally stopped. Suddenly, Chu Yang staggered to his feet and roared into the sky. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the Five Elements Divine Child. Five Elements Divine Child, you made trouble for no reason today. You slapped me and humiliated me. I'm not as strong as you. I admit defeat. Do you dare to give me half a year? Half a year? You've trained hard for half a year and you want to take revenge on me? The Five Elements Divine Child was very disdainful. He was finally satisfied. Cut the crap. I'm only asking if you dare. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. His voice sounded like it was coming out of his teeth. The surrounding Five Elements disciples were all shocked by Chu Yang. He dared to talk to the Divine Child like that, and even dared to challenge him. The world had been turned upside down. It was as laughable as a beggar telling the emperor that he was going to take the throne. Ha 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 ha. The Five Elements Divine Child laughed angrily. In half a year, Chu Yang had really looked down on him. An ant like nobody like you actually dares to challenge me? Let alone 10 years, even if I give you 100 years, it's nothing. Listen up, don't find trouble with him in the future. I'll make him train hard. Let's see how he'll take his revenge in half a year. Plop. Chu Yang knelt before the heavens and pointed to the sky as he swore. In the name of the heavens, I, Chu Yang, will fight the Five Elements Divine Child to the death on the arena of life and death within half a year. I swear to avenge this humiliation. If I can't do it, then I, Chu Yang, will fall into the abyss of hell forever, unable to beg for death. With the heavens as my witness, if I break my oath, heaven and earth shall be destroyed, man and God shall be killed together. Chu Yang's oath made everyone's mind buzz. They were extremely shocked, as if a hole had been poked in the sky. The one-armed Divine Child and Chao Ju were even more shocked. Chu Yang was so confident and shocking. They knew that if they were in the same situation as Chu Yang, facing the Five Elements Divine Child, they would never have the courage to make such an oath. They were ashamed of their inferiority. The senior members of the Five Elements sect were also stunned. None of them had ever thought that Chu Yang would be so arrogant that he would fight to the death after being humiliated. The other disciples of the Five Elements sect spoke up after being shocked. This must be the so-called Chu Yang. How dare he be so presumptuous? He can't be compared to the Divine Child even if he cultivates for 100 years. Who else could it be? He disrespected the Guardian Elder not long ago, and now he even dares to provoke the Divine Child. If he's not punished, he'll be lawless. Will the Divine Child care about him? What kind of status does the Divine Child have? How can he lower himself? He'll just take it as a dog barking. Many disciples were in awe of the Five Elements Divine Child and sneered at Chu Yang. He's so arrogant. Isn't he afraid of being killed by the Divine Child? This Chu Yang isn't ordinary either. He's using words to bully the godchild. Within half a year, no one will find trouble with him, and the godchild still has to protect him. This is to prevent the godchild from being wary of him and secretly killing him. Who can't see through this little trick? What can he do in half a year? It'll pass in the blink of an eye. He'll know his mistake by then. The 5 elements divine child narrowed his eyes. The fact that Chu Yang dared to make such an oath showed how arrogant he was and how he didn't take the 5 elements divine child seriously. But that's good. I'll kill him when the time comes. Let's see what that old fart can say. Although the 5 elements divine child was angry, he agreed. You don't know what you're talking about. So what if I agree? As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 elements divine child didn't seem to care about Chu Yang at all. He didn't want to waste any more time in front of such an ant. A 5-colored cloud appeared under his feet, and with the 5 elements traversing steps, he instantly disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 477. After the 5 elements divine child left, Chu Yang sat cross-legged on the ground to heal himself. The people around him fell silent. The sky was cloudless, as if it had just been washed. It was extremely clean, without a single speck of dirt. Occasionally there would be white clouds that would break into this world, as if they were dust in this clean world. This poison oath is really shocking. The silence was short, but it was soon broken. The people did not leave immediately. After a short moment of silence, the crowd burst into an uproar. After all, such a thing was really shocking. It was as if the cloudless and clean sky was suddenly smeared black, as if it was completely dirted. The heavens were enraged. Immediately, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled, and heavy rain poured down. The loud debate of the crowd seemed to be the rumbling thunder, and the whispers seemed to be the dense rain. What do you think happened before this? Chu Yang is just a core disciple of the Divine Command Peak. Normally, he wouldn't even be qualified to meet the Divine Child. Immediately, someone went to investigate the cause of the incident. Many people present also wanted to know, but they had no way to find out. They could only guess and discuss among themselves. That's right. What kind of person is the Divine Child? Why would he waste his time on an ant like Chu Yang? It would be his great honor to speak to him. It's not just the Divine Child. Didn't you notice that the peak masters of the 10 outer and 5 inner peaks are all here? Something big must have happened just now. Everyone's attention soon fell on the 15 peak masters of the 5 elements sect. The 15 of them had different feelings and were somewhat complicated. They had never expected things to develop to this stage. The successor of the Supreme Elder was actually going to fight to the death with the Divine Child of the 5 Elements sect. As for the 5 Elements sect disciples' words belittling Chu Yang, they just laughed in their hearts. Weren't they the same as these disciples before? They did not take Chu Yang seriously at all. But what happened in the end? This seemed to have taught them a lesson. Don't underestimate anyone. As long as one was alive, there would be opportunities. Every dog has its day. This year it's yours, but next year it's yours. Without a doubt, the Fire Element Peak Master, Song Yangyan, was feeling the worst. He had lost a lot of face today. Lu Tianrui, the Peak Master of Mercury Peak, felt the same. He couldn't help but ask himself, is it really a good idea to choose the 5 Elements Divine Prince in advance? Chu Yang's astonishment, Chu Yang's wisdom, and Chu Yang's decisiveness. Scene after scene flashed through his mind. Half a year's time was very short. It would pass in the blink of an eye. What could he do? However, Chu Yang was clearly not an idiot. He dared to do such a thing, dared to make such a venomous oath. Did he not have the slightest bit of confidence? Of course not. This means that he has the confidence to catch up to the Divine Sun within half a year. Lu Tianrui's heart clenched. Chu Yang was only at the 6th or 7th tier of the Qi Soul realm. The difference between him and the five elements godchild was too great. Ascending soul realm, soul reincarnation realm. These were two whole major realms. If one were to calculate carefully, there was a difference of more than 20 minor realms. He can even do that. The difference between the two realms was too great. The more Lu Tianrui thought about it, the more frightened he became. He couldn't help but shudder. If Chu Yang could even do that and close the gap in half a year, then, what kind of existence was he? What kind of terror was he? It was indescribable and unimaginable. Sui Yunfu, Du Guangbua, and Long Faceai had different feelings. What Lu Tianrui thought of, they also thought of it. In their opinion, the Grand Supreme Elder must have thought of it as well. However, when Chu Yang did something stupid and made a venomous oath, why didn't the Grand Supreme Elder intervene? Why did he just let it be? This was very strange. The discussions among the Five Elements sect's disciples became even more intense. The violent Holy Son, Chao Ju, Jin Duoduo, and the others were all shocked and confused by Chu Yang's choice, let alone the other disciples. Chapter 478. Yeah. A young and tender voice broke through. Immediately, the clamor in the area came to a halt and came to a stop. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a five-colored little beast. It glared at them with its transparent eyes and angrily rebuked them all. Xiao Guai. At this time, little Guai was already standing in front of Chu Yang. It was yelling furiously. It was basically saying, "Are you blind? Can't you see that Chu Yang is in seclusion to heal? Why are you making so much noise? Go somewhere else." Even if it was angry, it still looked extremely cute. Sui Yunfu immediately reacted and said loudly, "This is the wall-facing peak. No noise is allowed. Everyone leave." The other peak masters naturally did not have any objections at this moment. Even Song Yongyan would definitely not make a sound at this moment. Under their silent agreement, none of the Five Element sect disciples dared to be dissatisfied. They quickly left while discussing among themselves. Then, Song Yongyan, Lu Tianrui, and the other peak masters all left. In the end, only Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, Du Guangbua, the violent Saint Guoshuwen, Chao Ju, and Jin Duoduo were left. Not to mention Chu Yang's wall-facing peak. As the disciples left, what happened at the Divine Command Peak quickly spread throughout the Five Elements sect. There was also news about how Chu Yang clashed with the Five Elements Divine Sun. As for the specific source, no one knew. No one knew the specific process of how Chu Yang clashed with the Five Elements Divine Sun. They only caught a few words. "I heard that Chu Yang from the Divine Command Peak swore that he would have a life-and-death battle with the Five Elements Divine Sun on the life-and-death platform half a year later. That Chu Yang is the one who was targeted by the Guardian Elder of the Divine Command Peak. Who else could it be other than him? He sure is bold. Not long ago, he went against the Guardian Elder of the Divine Command Peak and caused such a ruckus that everyone knew about it. He was punished to face the wall at the peak. Not long after that, something even more shocking has happened." "Even this is shocking," someone at the side said disdainfully. "You don't know, but Chu Yang pointed at the Fire Element Peak Master Song Yangyan's nose and called him a bastard." Bastard! This shocked many people. Chu Yang insulted the Fire Element Peak Master in front of him, but he didn't die. You're not joking, right? If Chu Yang dares to be so disrespectful, there's no need for the Divine Child to do anything. The Fire Element Peak's Peak Master will directly kill him. Kill him? The person who understood the heavenly mystery sneered. If he could, he would have done so long ago. However, would the Peak Master of the Fire Element Peak dare to? However, as for the reason, I don't know either. I only heard it from the Five Inner Peaks. TSK, the news of the Inner Five Peaks is only SOSO. It's not even as good as the secret news of the Outer 10 Peaks. Another person who had seen through the secrets of the heavens spoke proudly after disdaining Chu Yang. Everyone was shocked once again. Chu Yang had done something even more shocking than insulting the fire element peak master. Believe me, I heard that Chu Yang directly scolded the Divine Son for being immoral and compared him to a scoundrel in the marketplace who only knows how to use a knife to scare people with words like a white knife going in and out of a red knife. Impossible. Someone immediately expressed doubt. If he said that, why didn't he die? That's right. How could the Divine Son tolerate him? I don't know about that, the person said again. But I heard that the Peak Masters and the Divine Son wanted to force Chu Yang to tell them where I'm the most handsome. As for the details, I don't know. I'm the most handsome. It even involved me. I'm the most handsome. The Sect Master and the Peak Masters didn't care about him at all. They all mocked and teased him. They even robbed the 5 elements Divine Son and roasted him like a goose. Chapter 479. Only the howling of the wind could be heard on the mountaintop. The place where Chu Yang was sitting was completely shrouded by a thick fog. This was the result of his martial soul drawing the yuan qi of heaven and earth into his body. From time to time, 5 colored rays of light would flash out from the fog, and at the same time, the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard. His swollen face quickly subsided and recovered. The wounds on the surface of his body were quickly healed, but his insides were still a mess. His sternum was broken, and who knew how many of his ribs were broken? There were several cracks on his spine. His internal organs were severely injured, especially his heart, which had been torn apart by a brutal force. It was as if his heart was about to be torn into pieces. His injuries were extremely serious. If not for Chu Yang's strong body, he would have died. This was also the reason why he was healing on the spot. The 5-element divine child seemed to have only stepped on Chu Yang, but it could be said that it was a fatal blow. The power bombarded his vital organs and other vital points. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a man. Chu Yang had never been so seriously injured before. His heart was filled with raging flames of anger. I can only use Little Six's secret method to completely heal. The heart was the source of the body's power. It transported blood and nourished the whole body at every moment. Chu Yang did not dare to leave any flaws here. Otherwise, it would become a shackle that restricted him in the future, pulling him back on his path forward. Just as Chu Yang was about to use Little Six's secret technique to repair his injuries by breaking his bones, breaking his acupoints, breaking his meridians, and coagulating his blood, he suddenly discovered that there was a millstone slowly rotating inside his 5 internal organs. The universal millstone of the celestial world. As it rotated slowly, it seemed to grind away the injuries on his 5 internal organs bit by bit. So amazing! Chu Yang was shocked. The universal millstone of the celestial world could grind vital qi, body, and spirit to temper the 3. He knew this, but he never thought that it could even crush and remove injuries. The millstone of the celestial wheel has such a miraculous effect. What if it was placed in the heart and operated on its own? The celestial millstone has such a miraculous effect, but what about the 5 elements heaven circulating ring and the 5 lights anti-heaven star? Can I also set up a formation in my internal organs to protect them? His internal organs were fragile. Once they were injured, the consequences would be very serious. If he had the protection of the formation, he might not have been so heavily injured this time and almost died. In a flash, Chu Yang thought of a lot of things. He immediately deduced. His mind flashed with the light of wisdom. The universal manifestation apparatus rotated rapidly on the genius martial spirit. Soon, the general outline of the universal manifestation apparatus appeared. The spherical heaven thousand forms millstone, the 5 elements heaven rotating ring, and the 5 elements anti-heaven star were used as the foundation to construct the formation seal. The idea was not yet mature, but he began to try. The 5 elements' vital chi began to surge. The 5-colored light around him flourished. The 5 seals of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were formed and instantly entered his heart. Soon after, the 5 seals connected and formed the 5 elements' heaven rotating ring. One seal completed. Then, the vital chi constructed the 5 lights anti-heaven star formation seal. Immediately, the 5 elements mutually reinforcing and restraining formation seal was successfully set up in his heart. Boom! Once the formation seal was activated, the vital chi crazily rushed into it. The 5 elements cycle immediately circulated. Soon after, because of the violent circulation of the 5 elements cycle, a huge whirlpool was formed in the center of the formation seal. Whoosh! Caught off guard, Chu Yang's chi, blood, spirit, and soul seemed to be swept into the whirlpool. Chu Yang's entire body shriveled up, as if he had died. Then, the essence of Chu Yang's body, such as his blood, essence, energy and spirit, flowed through the 5 elements, and suddenly became 5 times stronger. Then, it surged into the 5 lights anti-heaven star to be refined. His heart beat fiercely, and everything rushed out from his heart. Immediately, his blood chi surged. The blood in his body whistled and rushed through his limbs and bones. The space between his eyebrows suddenly lit up, and there was a thunderous sound from his heart. It was as if a heavenly drum was being beaten. At the same time, it was as if thunder and lightning were intertwining in his body. The 5-colored divine light flashed, and the sound was endless. It gushed out through his skin. If one looked inside, they could see that his internal organs were shining brightly. It was as if there were real thunder and lightning intertwining. It was too dazzling, accompanied by the surging blood chi. My heart seems to have become a golden elixir. When it beats, it's as if the golden elixir is breathing. Chu Yang was shocked and somewhat in disbelief. It was just an immature idea. It was just a trial, but the effect was shocking. The 5 elements heaven rotating ring and the 5 lights anti-heaven star are definitely not ordinary things. The 5 elements mutually reinforcing and restraining formation seal in his heart was built according to the 2. It was because of this that such a shocking change was triggered. Chapter 480. Chu Yang's body also shook violently. The red blood energy overflowed from the pores of his body, and surged and boiled. The radiance of his heart also became more and more dazzling. It looked like a resplendent sun. With his heart as the center, the energy was the most resplendent and blazing. The 5-colored divine light that shot out was so dazzling that it seemed like it was burning. Chu Yang's flesh and blood were illuminated so thoroughly that they were almost transparent. Even his bones and internal organs were almost visible. Rumble. When Chu Yang visualized the Hun Tian Wanxiang apparatus, he used his true yuan to form a formation seal that looked like a millstone. Then, he placed it in the center of the formation seal of the 5 elements mutual generation and suppression diagram. Everything became even more violent. The beating of his heart was like a huge divine drum, violently beating in that place. The sound was so loud that it shook his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, organs, mind, and everything else. With the formation seal of the universal celestial phenomenon millstone placed in, Chu Yang's formation was completely completed. Although there were only 3 formation seals, these 3 formation seals were built based on 3 divine objects. The effects produced were far more shocking than what he had deduced. The 3 formation seals merged perfectly. As the universal celestial phenomenon millstone rotated, it drove the cycle of the 5 elements, causing the cycle of the 5 elements to become even faster. As it ground, it also made the tempering of the 5 elements to become even easier. Similarly, the cycle of the five elements also drove the universal celestial phenomenon millstone to rotate. The tempering of the five elements also removed the obstacles that obstructed the universal celestial phenomenon millstone's rotation, making it easier for it to rotate. The three were 100% compatible and complemented each other. Rumble. The crimson blood in Chu Yang's body surged even more violently like lava. As soon as it entered the formation formed by the three, it was as if it was being nurtured in a vast pool of blood. After the formation was formed, the light shield that protected his heart appeared. Then, the entire formation seemed to become a universal celestial phenomenon millstone, a five-colored universal celestial phenomenon millstone. It wrapped around his heart and hung in the sky like a five-colored sun. Rumble. The lava-like blood rushed to his limbs and bones, reaching every inch of his flesh. With the beating of his heart, the blood returned from another path and gathered in his heart again. Following this eruption and return, Chu Yang's blood boiled even more, causing his entire body to turn scarlet red. Every time, he could clearly feel the circulation of energy in his body. His heart was like an eternal divine furnace, creating life force that filled his body and allowed the life force to circulate continuously. The tear in his heart had completely healed, and it was even stronger than before. As it beat, his blood surged, and the five-colored light completely shone out of his body, illuminating his surroundings. Even though it was daytime, the light in the surroundings was completely suppressed. Dong. His heartbeat grew louder and louder. Even from a dozen meters away, one could hear the thumping sound. Soon, the sound became louder and louder, like the beating of a drum. The universal manifestation apparatus that wrapped around the heart appeared, as if it was a guard protecting the heart. What's going on with this guy? Sui Yunfu's trio, the violent divine son, Chao Ju and Jin Duo, who hadn't left yet, were only shocked at first. After all, Chu Yang's body was strong, so it was normal for there to be a big movement when recovering. However, in the end, the scenes that appeared in Chu Yang's body became more and more outrageous. At this moment, Chu Yang's entire body was floating, and a five-colored universal manifestation apparatus had formed outside his body. On it, flowers, birds, fish, insects, dragons, tigers, lions, snakes, eagles, mountains, lakes, and the sun, moon, and stars were all displayed. What was even more shocking was Chu Yang's heartbeat. Not only could Chu Yang hear it, but even from a distance, the sound could almost be heard by the entire Five Elements sect. It seemed that everyone in the Five Elements sect could clearly hear the drumming of the heart, which was strong and powerful. It was truly shocking. Chu Yang's heartbeat was powerful, and the vitality it created was incomparable. It poured out a tyrannical force and circulated around his body. Not only was his body shining with five-colored divine light, but vigorous blood energy was also flowing out from his pores, accompanied by a scarlet glow. His heart was beating at its peak as it circulated the vitality of the human body. His internal organs and injuries were all healed. Could this be a secret art of the Taishang branch? But how come I've never heard of it? Sui Yunfu suddenly felt his hair stand on end. This was too frightening. It's not just a secret art of the Taishang branch. There's an extremely strong circulation of the five elements within. Du Guangbo was also astonished and his mouth was wide open. There's also an obvious aura of formation fluctuations? Long Feast frowned. He was all too familiar with formation fluctuations. Taishang branch. The violent divine son, Chao Ju, and Jin Duo were all shaken by these words. Now they finally understood why the Five Elements divine son didn't dare to kill Chu Yang. Chu Yang was actually a descendant of the Taishang branch of the Five Elements sect. Bang! The final sound seemed to be the ending of the drumming. It was like a war drum on the battlefield that finally stopped after celebrating a great victory. At this time, Chu Yang's closed eyes suddenly opened. 2 lightning-like beams shot out from his eyes like 2 auroras. Chapter 481. Chu Yang did not stop. Of his 5 organs, only his heart had a formation set up. His liver, lungs, and other 4 organs were not. He focused his mind and began to set up formations in the other 4 organs. When the last organ's formation was complete, rumble! Chu Yang's body seemed to explode like a mountain flood or an ocean breaking through a dam. An incomparably loud sound erupted. His entire body became transparent and burst out with blazing energy beams. The resplendent radiance made the entire wall-facing peak seem like a fantasy. At this moment it was finally complete. Chu Yang's physical body was strengthened and transformed even more violently. His 5 organs were wrapped up by the formation. The 5 celestial manifestations that appeared were rotating like 5 rotating celestial bodies. His 5 organs became extremely powerful. Setting up such a formation in his 5 organs was like a divine weapon that had a spirit. Its power was even more shocking. Swish! 10,000 rays of multicolored light shot out. Chu Yang's 5 organs became many times stronger in an instant. They seemed to be as hard and sharp as the pentagram star. They also seemed to be as flawless as the 5 elements revolving heavenly ring. They were also as heavy as the celestial manifestation millstone. The advantages of the 3 gathered in his 5 organs. His 5 organs became incomparably strong and tenacious. At this moment, his 5 organs were like sparkling 5-colored diamonds. They were extremely dazzling. When the energy in his 5 viscera spread to every part of his body, there was a boom. His entire body emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation that spread to the surroundings. One could see huge 5-colored ripples rushing out like a tidal wave. Boom! In the next moment, Sui Yunfu, Long Fils, the Violent Saint, and Chao Ju saw Chu Yang stand up. He took a step forward, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble violently. With a bang, he charged forward, and a huge explosion occurred where he had been standing. Shattered rocks flew out in all directions, emitting sizzling sounds as if they were burning due to the friction with the air. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the eyes of Sui Yunfu and the others. When they saw Chu Yang again, Chu Yang had already rushed into the forest in the distance. The forest and mountain rocks were all blasted apart, and a series of loud sounds rang out continuously as dust soared into the sky. Chu Yang went on a rampage and crossed dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. The path he took was like a string of ignited firecrackers. The dust that soared into the sky was the smog that was formed after the firecrackers exploded. His speed was too terrifying. Even when he came to a stop, the shocking sounds of explosions were still ringing behind him. Along the way it was a complete mess. Regardless of whether it was the towering ancient trees or giant rocks weighing tens of thousands of kilograms, they were all sent flying when they encountered him and then exploded into pieces. It seems that its speed has exceeded the speed of sound. After Chu Yang tested it, even he himself was shocked. This kind of speed was simply too astonishing. Even a 9th-layer ascending soul-tier cultivator might not have such speed. With Chu Yang's current speed, if he really set his sights on someone, he could really chase after them until they had nowhere to go. This freak! Sui Yunfu and the others looked at the dust rising into the sky on the straight path, dumbfounded and flabbergasted. At this time, the pupils of the Saint of Violence couldn't help but shrink. He was titled as the Saint of Violence, so his physical body was definitely not weak. However, he found that the strength of Chu Yang's physical body was almost catching up to his. Chao Ju felt his mouth and tongue dry and was shocked in his heart. No wonder he can be like my ancestor, turning the world upside down and even surpassing it. This is someone I casually befriended, too ridiculous. Jean Duodua's fat body trembled as he shouted in his heart, Fortunately, I knew that he had a relationship with Boss, and knew that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. Chapter 482. Boom. When Chu Yang leaped up, the ground exploded. Even the hard rocks couldn't withstand the power of his feet. With a whoosh, he soared into the sky, reaching a height of several hundred meters in an instant. He didn't use any spiritual ether, but purely the power of his physical body. It was so shocking that Sui Yunfu and the others couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. They were sure that if anyone saw this, they would be scared silly. My power didn't increase. It's still the power of 7 dragons and 9 elephants. Chu Yang could clearly feel that the strength of 7 dragons and 9 elephants was his bottleneck. If he couldn't cultivate the innate light and darkness body, his strength would definitely be stuck at the bottleneck. He could have done this before, but he couldn't do it as casually as he did now. At this time, his life force was many times more vigorous. His 5 viscera were like the core of a star. The violent life force was like underground magma that could erupt at any time and form a volcano. The energy was rolling endlessly. Even if he kept jumping like this, he wouldn't get tired. With such a vigorous life aura, Chu Yang estimated that the injuries caused by the 5 elements divine child would be able to recover immediately if he were to circulate them now. This kind of self-healing ability was like a magical regeneration technique, and such an ability was most useful in a battle of life and death. If the enemy couldn't kill you, he would be the one to die. Not bad. Chu Yang rejoiced inwardly. He landed on a mountain peak from midair. He stamped his foot and shot out like an arrow. He rushed to another mountain peak that was more than 1,000 meters away. He arrived there in the blink of an eye. A terrifying scene occurred on the mountain peak behind him. First, it cracked, then exploded with a loud bang. The mountain peak disappeared directly. Boulders rolled and soil splashed. Swoosh. Chu Yang took out Little Six's unsharpened broadsword and slashed at the mountain in front of him. The light that burst out was so dazzling that Chu Yang's figure couldn't be seen anymore. Boom! The dazzling arc-shaped broadsword light slashed across the stone mountain in front of him, cutting off the peak and causing it to collapse. The scene was somewhat terrifying. It could be said to be cutting off mountains and rivers. The breakthrough this time is very impressive. Chu Yang was sure that his body had been strengthened to the point of chaos. Although his strength had not increased, the hidden improvement was extremely huge. His self-healing ability was similar to the regeneration technique, as well as his sensitivity and reaction. Originally, Chu Yang had obtained the wind brain and cultivated the innate wind physique. His brain's activity and perception had increased, and he felt that everything had slowed down. That was because his body couldn't keep up with his brain's reaction. This was like a human's soul and a tortoise's body, naturally slow down. But now, such a situation had already disappeared. While others were slashing once, he had already slashed out 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times. His combat strength had once again soared. Relying on this, even those who were much stronger than him would be instantly killed by him if they were not paying attention. Shwa. Chu Yang returned to the facing wall peak after experiencing it for a while. The huge commotion naturally attracted the attention of many people, but no one was able to catch him. He felt the changes in his body and experienced everything in a very short period of time. Yeah. Seeing that Chu Yang was completely healed, Lil Guai couldn't be happier. With a whoosh, it jumped onto Chu Yang's shoulder. Junior brother Chu, congratulations, congratulations! Chao Ju congratulated Chu Yang. The Saint of Violence exclaimed, Junior brother Chu, when I first saw you, I felt that you were very shocking, but I never thought that you would be so extraordinary. Brother Chao, Saint of Violence, you guys might be very proud of yourselves. Ha ha! Chao Ju immediately laughed. Chu Yang's temperament was indeed to his liking. While Chu Yang was joking with Chao Ju and the Saint of Violence, Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, and Du Guangbo glanced at each other and then stepped out in unison. Chu Yang, let me ask you, are you that evil creature? I'm the most handsome. Oh no, junior brother Chu's performance is too shocking. They are suspicious. Chapter 483. His face was stern, and his voice was as loud as a bell. In the blink of an eye, Sui Yunfu, Long Feij, and Du Guangbo all unleashed their auras. 3 waves of immense mental pressure pressed down on them. Chu Yang felt like a leopard with round eyes had appeared in front of him. The head of the slope of Changban was filled with killing intent, and his eyes immediately widened. With a thunderous sound, the 3 Zhang Feis who had repelled the million soldiers of the Chao family by themselves suddenly appeared and jumped in front of him, pointing their 3 snake spears at him. Hey, you're not afraid of that kid? Why don't you tell us the truth? Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, and Long Feast were like this, but these 3 still wanted to scare him. TSK. Chu Yang's bones cracked under the pressure of the 3's auras. With a light hum, his true essence surged and formed a universal astrolabe that began to rotate. However, the immense pressure caused the universal astrolabe to distort, and then it exploded. This pressure was shocking and could not be underestimated. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits. Heroes, are you having fun? Chu Yang was no match for the 3's auras, and his entire body trembled. Who are you fooling around with again? In a trance, the 3 Zhang Feis were about to kill someone, but in Chu Yang's mind, the 3 Zhang Feis became like this. 7 feet 5 inches tall, with ears that drooped down to their shoulders, hands that reached their knees, eyes that could take care of their own ears, faces that were as clear as jade, and lips that were painted red. Liu Bei, the 3 Zhang Feis became Liu Bei. In the 3 kingdoms, Liu Bei only knew how to cry, and these 3 seemed to only know how to scare people. They could not do anything to Chu Yang. However, he felt that these 3 were really good at scaring Chu Yang. They knew that they had no chance, but they still continued helplessly. No! Chu Yang was afraid of being beaten up, so he did not dare to fool around anymore, and answered seriously. Let me ask you, are you very proficient in formations? Long Feast asked fiercely, and Long Feast's expression was stern, and his martial arts were furious. Yes. Chu Yang's answer was extremely simple, and he calmly admitted it. Although there were not many people in this world who were proficient in formations, there was still a certain number of them. Was it because he was proficient in formations that he was the most handsome? What logic was that? Then what else do you have to say? The 3 of them didn't know what to do. They couldn't scare Chu Yang at all. I've already said what I need to say. Chu Yang's expression did not change at all. Although he had been trembling violently, he was still not forced to kneel down. Chao Ju, Jin Duoduo, the Saint Child of Violence, and the others couldn't help but be shocked, especially Chao Ju. He had heard that Chu Yang was extremely impressive, and didn't fear the ascending soul tier's soul pressure in the slightest. It seemed that these words were not false in the slightest. The peak masters of the 3 outer peaks were displaying the might of the soul reincarnation tier. How dare you quibble? Chu Yang's anger flared up. Just now, you 3 protected me. This time, I won't record you in my little book, but I can't bear it anymore. 3 peak masters, do you have evidence? Chu Yang was almost unable to hold on. He didn't want to use the world of his innate acupoints to reduce this pressure, so he directly brought out the Grand Elder. So what if I am? It's not up to you to punish me. The Grand Elder will punish me. So, you admit it. Which eye of yours saw me admit it? Chu Yang retorted sarcastically. You 3, you can put away your tricks. If you want to frame me, you better come up with some convincing evidence. Sui Yunfu coldly snorted, and then dispersed the pressure. It was useless. This person was not afraid of their tricks at all. You are very suspicious. Although there is no clear evidence now, if you are not, you should prove your innocence. Prove my innocence. Chu Yang's face was bright. I am trapped on this wall peak. How can I get rid of the mischief? Who can prove that I was not present at that time? Do you know what it means to force someone to do something against their will? This is it. The general meaning was that the three of you could easily pin a crime on someone. Chapter 484. Long Feast moved his body and appeared beside Chu Yang. He slapped the back of Chu Yang's head, causing his face to hit the ground. Then Chu Yang's face drilled into the ground. Sloppy King, you old bastard, I'll write this down in my little notebook. Chu Yang couldn't bear it any longer. These three idiots just won't stop. Boom. True Yuan surged and the ground exploded. Chu Yang pulled his head out. His expression was cold and his voice was cold. Three old heroes, you helped the little hero just now, so I gave you face just now. But you better stop before you go too far. Which disciple dared to threaten them? However, this was Chu Yang. Sui Yunfu and the others didn't have any temper. This guy even scolded the peak master of the inner peak and didn't even care about the 5 elements divine child. Overall, he was already polite enough to them just now. If this guy was really, I'm the most handsome, and they angered him, they might really become the next 5 elements divine child, and be roasted. Humph. The three couldn't get anything out of Chu Yang, so they left angrily. Ha ha! Chao Ju looked at the three angrily leaving and couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother Chu, you're mighty. Right? I think so too. Chu Yang said to Chao Ju, Rich brother Chao, since I'm so mighty, do you have any light or darkness type treasures? I'm in need of them. Since he already owed Chu Yang a small favor, he wouldn't feel pressured if he owed more. He could just pay it all back in the future. Chao Ju was slightly stunned. Chu Yang didn't hold back when he asked for treasures. However, he wasn't angry. Chu Yang's temper suited him very well. Ha ha. He laughed again. Mighty junior brother Chu, I don't have any light or darkness type treasures at the moment, but I can go back and take a look. Help me take a look at this idiot. Chao Ju kicked Jin Duo, and he rolled towards Chu Yang like a boulder. Mighty junior brother Chu, you're a physique cultivator, and so is this idiot. But this idiot has trained himself to such a state that it's hard for him to find a wife. Chu Yang was a physique cultivator, and it was too easy for Chao Ju to see that. Especially when Chu Yang was healing, the scene was extremely shocking. He concluded that Chu Yang must have great experience in this aspect, which was why he had such a thought. Trained. Chu Yang looked at Jean Duoduo's meatball, and couldn't help but be surprised. A body cultivator had trained himself to become like this, and had developed a body of fat. This was simply amazing. Physique cultivators had the best control, so how could it be like this? Furthermore, body cultivators, which one of them didn't have extremely powerful bodies and were filled with explosive power. However, Jean Duo had a body full of fat. Without waiting for Chao Ju's explanation, Chu Yang's incomparably sharp divine sense sensed an explosive power in Jean Duoduo's body, and this explosive power was restrained by Jean Duoduo's Zhen Yuan. At the same time, he also found that Jean Duoduo's skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs were all suppressed by a great force. His huge body was like a dam blocking the fierce flood. It could be said that there was a person inside Jean Duoduo's body that was crazily attacking him. His obesity was completely trained, and he had a body full of fat. It was really a bit magical. Rich senior brother Chao, this idiot is really amazing. Every day someone hits him with a hammer, and he doesn't even make a sound. He's really amazing. Jean Duoduo's eyes lit up when he heard these words. Most people would only see that he was fat and had turned into a big meatball. However, people like Chu Yang would be able to immediately see the problems in his body. Junior brother Chu, who knows everything from the heavens to the earth, this idiot can't stand that hammer anymore. Can you please take this hammer away? Jean Duoduo's eyes shone with hope. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.